Tillman, one of the co-coordinators of thesis this semester. Lindsay and I are co-coordinating thesis. Just for everybody's information, the cohort this spring is 20 candidates, and we are reviewing those thesis projects over 3 days, yesterday, today, and then we have a half day tomorrow. We have 4 projects that we're reviewing this afternoon. Great, those are up on the screen. The format is a recorded presentation, which will be queued up at the beginning of each hour. And that will last up to 20 minutes. And then we will transition to a mural that each candidate has prepared. We will post the link to that mural in the chat if you wish to go there on your own. Each presenter will share their screen with their mural and orient us briefly before the dialogue begins. So that's kind of the setup for the day. And so we have, we're very pleased to welcome our guests for today, who are joining us for our thesis jury panel this afternoon. And so what I'd like to do is ask each of you briefly introduce yourselves, and then we will kick off our first project. So Christina, be great.
Yep. So I'm Christina Crenshaw. I am a Maryland alumni, actually, got my undergrad and master's from Maryland. I have a small independent kind of design studio that I own and run. And then I'm also a lecturer at Howard University in their freshman or first year studio sequence.
Terrific. Is James with us?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
There you go. Great. Yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm James Lang. I'm a lecturer at University of California, Berkeley, Department of Architecture. I also own a small design firm, Figure, that's based in San Francisco. Thanks for having me.
Terrific. Thank you. Michael Marshall.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Marshall. My firm, Michael Marshall Design, is based in Washington, D.C. We have a variety of project types that we're involved with as architects and urban designers, and also branding and graphics. It's great to be back at the University of Maryland. I was a key professor here for a while, and I enjoy every year coming back to see what you guys are up to. So looking forward to it. Thank you.
Terrific.
One key professor, always a key professor.
Okay, good to know.
I said that so Sylvia will know that as well.
Yes. Thank you, Brian.
Great, thank you.
Terrific. So Sylvia.
Hello, I'm Sylvia Smith. I am a senior partner at FX Collaborative in New York, and my studio, which is like a small office, and the bigger office focuses on cultural and educational projects. I was a key professor when, Brian?
Oh, it seems like last week. A couple of years ago.
A few years ago, and in fact have gone on to hire 1 or 2 people from the class that I co-taught with. So I'm, like Michael, very pleased to connect to Maryland and see what's going on. Looking forward to it.
Terrific. Well, thank you. So we'll begin our first presentation with Jasmine Inoa Reyes. Looking forward to this.
I'm just going to tee up the presentation video. One moment.
Good morning and happy Thursday. I would like to thank you all for coming to this review and would especially like to thank my thesis chair, committee, friends, and family for supporting me along this journey. Today, I would like to discuss with you my thesis, Affirming Identity. As I considered what my thesis would be, I thought back to my personal mission and aspiration in becoming an architect, which is using the built environment to uplift and support historically marginalized communities in meaningful and impactful ways. I immediately considered the Anacostia neighborhood to explore this thesis, as it is known to be a tremendously unacknowledged part of DC, residing on the fringes of society on the opposite side of the Anacostia River. Within the greater context of DC, Ward 8 has been disproportionately affected by poverty, unemployment, limited food access, as well as greater vulnerability to environmentally related catastrophes. To preface this discussion, or the discussion of specific site intervention, some key events that shaped the character of Berry Farm date back to as early as 1852, when the St. Elizabeth Psychiatric Hospital was first introduced to Anacostia. It was the first federally funded hospital for the insane in the country and was revolutionary in its self-sustaining aspects, including the use of surrounding farmland for occupational therapy and the cultivation of crops and livestock for food. A little over a decade, the campus acquires new neighbors as the Freedmen's Bureau, which is an organization of freed slaves, purchased the 375-acre tract of land north of the hospital to create a settlement for African-American refugees during and after the Civil War. In order to purchase the property, entire families would work all day in the city to then travel all the way back to Berry Farm at night to develop the land and build their homes, often working by candle and lantern. Much of the community consisted of laborers in trades such as farming, carpentry, and gardening. Many of the residents would even work at the St. Elizabeth's campus. As development continued through the district by way of massive renewal projects, Berry Farm became a small public housing community created for African Americans facing housing scarcity amidst segregation, World War II, and the Great Depression. As Berry Farms had always been a Black community, it was an ideal location for this project. The public housing created there proved unique in certain spatial liberties taken, such as having expansive spaces between residences that allowed for recreation and the filtration of air and light, terracing that would allow views out to the river, and generous living spaces that was unheard of for African American public housing at the time. So looking further at the site, Berry Farm resides in the southwest region of Anacostia and is primarily located along Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, which is a key corridor that features an abundance of cultural and heritage landmarks, outdoor recreation, and institutions, a number of which are directly adjacent to the neighborhood, as I will discuss soon. The street network indicates major highways coming into the site, which is indicative of the intended division of the neighborhood. The creation of the Suitland Parkway actually coincided within a decade of the creation of the Berry Farm public housing. It was especially instrumental in further isolating the Berry Farm public housing from the rest of Ward 8 and displaced about 112 families in its completion. Another barrier that existed prior to the aforementioned events was the perimeter wall around the St. Elizabeth's campus, which was constructed around 1860 to create more privacy from unwanted visitors and prevent patients from escaping. To some extent, the topography could potentially be considered a barrier, as the grade change approaching the hospital is especially steep. Currently, the immediate form of modal connection between Berry Farm and the rest of Ward 8 occurs along Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, as well as a small pedestrian bridge to the east of the site apart from the highway infrastructure. That being said, there are a few means of public transportation, with the metro being within a mile radius of Berry Farm, and the pedestrian access to the metro, however, is quite limited and uncomfortable, as I've gathered from my own observation. Fortunately, the site remains closely connected to key community anchors, including educational institutions, specifically the Excel Academy Public School, which is directly on the site, historic churches that were foundational to the creation of the community, and the Berry Farm Recreation Center, which was one of the first recreational facilities constructed for African American children in the district. While these anchors remain, the community does not. This was the configuration of Berry Farm public housing until 2018. It was largely composed of townhomes as well as the recreation center. As of its completion of demolition in 2019, this is what the site exists as today. This erasure threatens the long and richly layered history of the land as it awaits development. Only a small grouping of the public housing remain in memory of the site. The master plan for the development of the site, launched under the New Communities Initiative, proposes to provide a mix of residential housing typologies, commercial activity, service uses, as well as a community park, among the other items enumerated on the slide. And while I agree with some aspects of the proposal, I believe Berry Farm has even greater potential to honor its history and become a place that celebrates and serves its greater context. W.G. Clark's statement that architecture seeks to minimize the ruin of landscape through an intensification of the place proves imperative in the development of this thesis. While most of the dwellings were completely erased, there is an opportunity to honor the self-sustaining resilient community of the Freedmen's Village, as well as the collectivism and social imperative of the Berry Farm public housing. There is also an opportunity to create greater connections between communities in the immediate site boundaries, as well as the greater context of Anacostia. And fundamentally, the proposal of this thesis looks to intensify the sense of place here by honoring what is past and present a brighter future. As I began to conceptualize this thesis, I referred to numerous precedents regarding agrarian communities, housing, and heritage parks to honor the origins of the site and begin envisioning what this community could potentially look like. Paying mind to the spatial qualities of the previous public housing by preserving open space for recreation and filtration of air and light, thinking through the interface between the built environment and agricultural interventions, as well as re-engaging the sense of community. In terms of approaching both the master plan and heritage center design, I utilized key principles from the existing design literature, such as the Living Building Challenge and Equitable Development Plan, to establish design tenets in which to follow, namely health and wellness, which describes the production and access to natural food, as well as open and safe space for physical recreation and leisure. Access to nature, which speaks to the community engagement with the environment and agriculture. Building with local materials, which accounts for the production of material on site, as well as using material that honors the heritage of the site. Beauty and delight, which engages the culture of art within the greater context of the district and creating delightful spaces and experiences. Universal access, which accounts for the ease of access for the disabled. And lastly, creating inclusive employment opportunities for members within the community. In setting these intentions, the master plan proposes to create an agrarian community with a heritage trail that would be experienced as a journey connecting the axial relationship of the metro to the St. Elizabeth's campus. The path juxtaposes the primary axial path and the secondary sinuous path to allow for spaces that engage with the memory of the site, namely community recreation and gathering. The community development creates a dense Main Street condition with mid-rise mixed residential buildings adjacent to the recreation center, branching off of Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, as well as creating plentiful row homes that reflect the spatial configuration of the public housing once there. The landscape begins to surround and engage with the community by way of a heritage trail, parks, and agricultural production. Looking more specifically at the landscape strategy, I conducted research regarding the agricultural logistics, starting by looking at the plant hardiness of the region, which allowed me to determine the primary crops to produce, as well as how they would fit in with the permaculture strategy. Along with this, I considered the sizing and location of land to support raising livestock. Looking even closer at the main region of agricultural production, I referred to permaculture strategies to organize the plant life. The zone closest to the surrounding heritage center are the kitchen gardens, which are primarily composed of perennial plants, which would specially feature those used historically by African Americans, like basil and sassafras, which have numerous calming and medicinal properties. The next zone is where the main crop production for consumption and trade takes place. The following zone is where intensive food forestry occurs, using more integrated processes involving various vegetative layers, including fruit trees, root plants, and shade-loving plants that symbiotically exist together. And the final layer, furthest from habitation, is where timber forestry can be found. Considering what I proposed for this site has a lot to do with the consumption and disposal of food, I also considered strategies that would help sustain the community. As the site is primarily residential and most food waste is produced by households, I would like to incorporate infrastructure such as composting and biodigesters to provide energy for the neighborhood, along with other sustainable practices such as solar energy collection. The site configuration also begins to relate to its historical layers as the path continues toward the St. Elizabeth campus, moving away from the dense urban Main Street condition, gradually reducing in density until it becomes a bucolic pasture as you arrive to the Heritage Center. As you can see, the site intervention begins to employ the design tenets at various points in the project, whether it's natural food production and outdoor recreational space for health and wellness, or the creation of the dense mixed commercial, retail, and residential Main Street to create work opportunities for community residents. Upon working through the Heritage Center, its design was intended to create a link and threshold between Berry Farm and St. Elizabeth's campus, while simultaneously creating a graceful ascent through the challenging topography, as well as honoring the past and looking toward the future. As it exists in its current iteration, the Heritage Center is broken up into two forms, one that celebrates the histories, story, and culture of the community, and one that serves its people, and thus houses programs to support both its functions, namely multimedia and library spaces, open workspaces, an auditorium, a restaurant supplied by local produce, and a gallery and/or exhibition space that showcases the history of Berry Farm. Before delving into the Heritage Center, I should preface the conversation with a discussion of structure and materiality. As the served building orients toward the cropland to overlook the community, its form takes on that of an agricultural utility building. Its minimal exterior is reflective of the historic outbuilding typology of Anacostia, which were primarily sheds and garages. Through this building, visitors also have access to an observation tower, which takes on an agricultural typology of a silo. The Celebrate building is situated parallel to the linear path and utilizes the material most associated with the expression of the community anchors present, brick. As this building emerges from the ground, it speaks to the history of masonry production and industry when the site was still a freedmen's village. The Celebrate building uses other industrial materials such as steel beams, columns, and open web steel joists to support the walkable roof, which can be accessed from the plaza level. The served building, similar to a barn or farmhouse, uses post and frame construction utilizing glulam wood members, as well as a concrete base as it sinks into the ground. The observation tower beside it uses brick masonry in contrast with the horizontal expression of the Celebrate building. Following the Heritage Trail, the Celebrate building rests parallel to the direct path and allows for access into the auditorium space on the ground level. On the opposite side of the public
We've lost our feed momentarily. Oops.
Yasmin. We'll get there.
No worries.
Looks like a great project. You have everybody's like, this is like everybody's on the edge of their seat wanting to see it.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I guess in this pause, I can actually just go ahead and share my mural.
Yeah.
And then everybody can take a look once we're at that point.
Yeah, great.
Jasmine, you probably have a copy of your video. Do you want to just cue it up and play it from where we stopped?
Yeah, sure. Let me pull it up.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Lindsay, does that?
I think Lindsay dropped off.
Yeah, Lindsay's
Okay. Yeah.
It's a cliffhanger. We'll have to watch episode 2.
Yeah, so you're going to go ahead and share, Jasmine? Great.
Yes, I'm pulling it up right now.
You
And
happen, we were just on the plans of the.
yes, sorry. I'll also take off my headphones.
Lindsay, we're working this through. Yasmin's going to play. So stay tuned. Yeah, Yasmin is loading this up, so don't worry. So we're all is under control. We're just taking a little pause here. It's like a little cliffhanger thing. So.
Okay, I think we were here.
Yep, great.
That's great. Thanks.
Okay, let me put the volume all the way up and test the volume. On the opposite side of the public mix, can you hear well?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Access terracing. The SERV building engages with the sinuous path to allow access to the farm to Fork Cafe with a ceremonial stair shaping the main dining area. This is a view that begins to speak to that cafe and starts to employ some of the design tenets such as health and wellness by using locally sourced and fresh ingredients, as well as celebrating the local material that could be found in the timber forest. And within this building, there are opportunities for employment and professional development with its resources. As one ascends within the SERV building, the stair deposits visitors to engage with the ambulatory gallery with a central void created by the dining space below. Upon moving through the gallery, the fenestration begins to open up to views out toward the community and cropland. Visitors may then proceed toward the observation tower or into the open gallery library space that creates entry from the shared outdoor plaza between both buildings. Similarly, visitors experience entry into the Celebrate building through the pre-function space that also coincides with the outdoor plaza. This view begins to speak to the auditorium space and similarly employs the local materials. The access occurs at both levels, the ground level and the plaza level, and there's additional roof access as well. And this place really honors and celebrates the stories, history, and culture of the community. From the exterior plaza, all visitors are able to walk or wheel up the Celebrate building's intensive green roof to the lookout point from the rooftop and take in amazing views of Anacostia. From within, the upper level of the SERV building contains open office space and flex space for communication and collaboration, as well as a conference room looking out toward the bucolic landscape. In conclusion, this thesis looks to use the built environment to serve and celebrate the historically disenfranchised communities within Ward 8 by by employing specific design tenets to create meaningful and uplifting spaces that honor the heritage, stories, and history of its previous lifetimes. With that, I'd like to thank you all once more for listening to my presentation and open the floor to comments, questions, and thoughts. Thank you so much.
And that's my presentation.
Great. Thank you, Jasmine. So now you'll share your screen with your mural. And
as a brief orientation through the board, it's laid out to speak to the historical kind of pretext, the current site conditions, and then the site strategy, then moving more specifically into the Heritage Center. So yeah, looking forward to hearing comments and thoughts and questions.
Okay, great. So we'll turn it over to our guests.
Well, I like to say that I've been doing, we've had a number of projects in Anacostia and continue to have projects in Anacostia on St. Elizabeth's campus for Friendship Public Charter, adjacent to MLK. We did studies for the new hospital that's going to be on St. Elizabeth's. And we've done work in historic Anacostia just when you cross the river. And I think, you know, your sensibility towards the idea of having, or at least going back to an agricultural sort of way of living, or at least to supplement the food desert that's on that side of the Anacostia is really right on target. I think that, you know, being able to have these communities that can have their own identity and their own, as you know, the heritage, I think is also very important. So I commend you for looking at this project beyond the architectural aspect of what can occur at the site. I just like to recommend a couple things. Maybe, although you have that one long section, I don't know if you can cut a section to show your viewing platforms, or at least in the amenity buildings, that you can actually see to the Anacostia River, but also back to the monumental core of the city. That's what is so attractive about now people looking at the redevelopment of that side of Anacostia, but also the fact that you see this project as a way of keeping the people that are there in Anacostia now, giving them a place, I'm going to assume, one-to-one to come back to, and beyond that for the redevelopment and for establishing or reestablishing this community. It's really great that you looked at the history of the area, because that's really so important. We've been doing a number of projects that have involved Frederick Douglass being one of the developers in the historic part of Anacostia, and understanding the history of the St. Elizabeth's Hospital and how it has developed over the years also, I think is important. So great job on your research and then the execution of the project.
Thank you.
Really
I
good.
appreciate your comment.
Yeah, Jasmine, I'm equally impressed with the comprehensiveness of your approach, both starting with the big idea. I have to tell you that W.G. Clark was one of my teachers in school, so I've been inspired by W.G. and this notion of making place by understanding what's there. And I think you told a wonderful story, and what my takeaway will be is learning more myself, because I don't know the DC precincts as well as I should. But the one question I have for you is you look back to the various buildings that have occupied the site, and the two buildings that you focused on are quite contained. Even being able to go up on the roof, which redefines a building that's what we did with the Statue of Liberty Museum, and giving everybody a view and inviting everyone there is really great. But I'd like to hear you talk a little bit more about the inside outside aspects of buildings. I'm wondering, is it the humidity of DC that makes you want to contain the spaces as opposed to having spaces that straddle the volume of the building and maybe project out, or more porches? You seem so sensitive to the landscape, but your buildings are very contained. So
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really great question. I actually, as I was thinking through its design, I was thinking of components of both the frontality of each building, where it could potentially begin to open up and engage with its surrounding. So in the auditorium building, the Celebrate building, having some aspect or some operable walls where concerts or performance could even start to engage with the adjacent park space. And then similarly with the cafe, having ability to overflow out into this kind of open landscape and actually be able to see the crops as you eat the food. And it's like that connective experience, as well as this kind of shared terrace between both buildings, where that is a shared journey for people, for accessibility purposes for everyone. So I think while the buildings do have a lot, a huge aspect of them are contained, they have the potential to even start to engage further with its surrounding landscape.
So those facades are more porous? You're saying they open up and would allow people to move freely from these wonderful interior spaces to your exterior?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I'd like to add on to the congratulations on this project. I really appreciate the work that you've presented, but I do have a couple of questions about your design. The first being that I think in your initial research, one of the things you focused on was how much of the previous Berry's Farms housing was demolished, and how little of it is left. And with that focus, it's still there in your new master plan, but it still feels almost a little bit like it's just a remnant, and perhaps is not fully integrated into the new kind of concept. And so I want to know if you had any thoughts or intentions behind that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I wanted to, again, going back to the W.G. Clark statement about respecting space, about preserving this kind of area in front of the heritage housing to create like a pond contemplative area that really begins to honor the heritage and maybe begin to create a learning or historical exhibition of what this community used to be. So I was thinking of more so having a space preserved to kind of become honorific of what this community used to be.
So is there any, and I guess part of what I'm wondering is, could the heritage trail that you've used in your site been kind of expanded in some ways to bring people into that area closer to the heritage housing a little bit more, so that it would become almost more prominent, I guess, in your plan?
Yeah, absolutely. That was definitely something I considered. And I definitely think that throughout this process, I was very much caught up with that relationship between the shared kind of axial path between like the metro and the St. Elizabeth's hospital. So I do wish I explored further that opportunity to engage this more. This whole street in front of the Heritage Center, I was thinking of as having specifically be like a pedestrian realm. So in a sense, it's still engaged with the trail, but I wish I did develop that further to be even more prominent along that trail. that's a really great comment. So thank you for that.
And then the other thing that kind of stuck out to me is one of your initial analysis really focused on the fact that this entire area is really segregated kind of from the rest by the highways that are around it. And I know that the main kind of linear axis of your heritage trail connects to the metro, but in some ways this still feels almost like it's insular, right? So that the people who live in this development are really going to benefit from this development. It's very self-contained. So my question is, how did you think about, or did you think about how the greater community is almost invited into this area that you've created so that they can learn from the history and things that you're kind of preserving and trying to maintain?
Yeah, right. That's a really good question. I definitely think starting with the pedestrian access from the metro as a starting point would be a good way to kind of engage future development for starting to create more of a public pedestrian condition along where the highway is. So while it's not fully developed in this proposition, having a farm over like in a very visible kind of area along the highway could potentially also be a way to start to engage more of the community. Yeah, that's something I still would have liked to explore further as well.
I would like to actually chime in on that because Berry Farms is kind of the link between the historic part of Anacostia, where the river is and where you cross the 11th Street Bridge, and then the major development that's going to occur on the campus of St. Elizabeth's on the east side that is DC government controlled, but then the west side is the federal government. So it does have the opportunity to not so much be insular, but be part of a linkage that now will tie these communities together all the way through to Congress Heights, further down MLK to Malcolm X to other parts of the community. So although you don't show it, I know it will happen, and that's part of why the DC government is putting emphasis on rehabilitating Berry Farms. So it won't be sort of totally isolated. And I think the sort of magnet and amenity of the agricultural part of that, I think it will be so key, again, as an amenity for that side of the Anacostia River. It will be a point of destination, I think, for the community, not just the Berry Farms community, but the Southeast community at large.
Thank you. That's a great point.
I'll also congratulate you on such a well-developed project. There's such a holistic thinking across multiple scales, and it's really impressive to see. So I really commend you on that. I want to echo Christina's comment about the elevated expressways and potentially thinking about that connectivity outward. I think this type of segregation through urban renewal exists in many places, and I think as a designer you need to contend with designing for the future. You're kind of, there's like a tug and pull between producing something that is insular, kind of a sanctuary, that is a space of safety and protection, versus integrating into the greater urban fabric and into the adjacent community. So it's not that one or the other is necessarily more correct over the other, but I think in most cases a successful vision of a development needs to sort of do both, accommodate both. I also want to say that in a way, you painted such a broad stroke across many different scales. On the one hand, I'm absolutely enamored with your overarching vision for everything, but I'm also sort of desiring a little more specific attention to certain aspects of the design. For instance, you talk about what is that initial? You talk about ruin and preserving place, a sense of place. I would have liked to learn a little more about the specific typology and organization of the original housing settlement, and the sort of specific spaces, open spaces, specific rooms, relationships between buildings that existed previously, and what of those things you are keeping, and also what things that you're seeking to evolve or transform. I see in your master plan that you sort of preserve the kind of an overall organizational logic of the previous settlement, but we didn't, or I didn't get a sense what specifically were that you were trying to carry over, and what worked, what you wanted to expand on, so that it's not kind of simply a quasi replica, right? And I think, you also showed that kind of not so spectacular proposed development that might happen. And there is very much an increased density of housing, which is in certain ways a reality of our existing housing needs. And so how does that increased density plug into your design? Does your scheme accommodate the need for that? Like, in a way, the demand for housing nowadays, it's very difficult to use the same plot, same size of land and build at a low density. And if that is the ambition, how can other kind of where are other sources of I don't know, revenue generation? It's not a very glamorous thing to think about, but
Right.
It's something that might need to be considered. And then I'll stop talking. So lastly, the productive landscape aspect of the project I love, but again, I wonder if the scheme could have kind of intertwined or intermingled those two programs more closely. Like, you have these productive gardens that are for the residents, but they're like placed elsewhere on the site, right? It's not like the garden is actually in the housing area. It's actually quite a bit away, like ways away. And I do wonder if there is a different model of integrating the productive landscape into the housing development as well, as something that you could think about. So it's not like housing and like farming separately, but more integrated together. But overall, incredible, beautiful project. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. And actually, to touch on a few of those points that you mentioned earlier, so something that I did mention about kind of learning from, this is like really zoomed in bad view of the original configuration. I can actually pull up the slides a little better. But the configuration of the original housing I was preserving, it has this kind of courtyard party or relationship with the other kind of housing, so that it creates ample kind of open spaces for, again, that recreation and play and leisure. And in a sense, Sorry, my mural tends to buffer in a sense. The strategy that I begin to employ with not only the configuration of the housing, but the trail itself creates a lot of space. Are you able to see my board? Because I'm not able to see it.
No, it's just white.
It's blank right now.
Yeah, let me refresh it. I apologize for that.
If I could jump in for a moment, that plan that you were just showing, I think is the public housing plan. It's not the
It is.
original historic. So there is a difference
There is.
in the density that we're after today versus what was looked at in, I guess, is that the 30s or 40s?
The 50s.
It's the 50s, okay. So I think the sort of question of the density is answered because it looks like your plan is more dense than
It is.
what the public housing configuration had. Now, granted, there were attributes about the public housing layouts with the terracing and the courtyards and that sort of thing that was appropriate then and perhaps is even now, but with the need for affordable housing, I think that we have to find that balance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that in some ways, responding to James's question about the agriculture kind of being segregated in a portion of the site and the housing being segregated in another portion, if you take that same density of housing that you're proposing, particularly once you get to the more townhouse typologies, and start to bring some of that down into your agricultural area so that you can bring more of the agricultural up into the housing areas. I think it starts to blend a little bit more and also would get you closer to preserving some of the better characteristics of the public housing design in your proposed design, because what I'm seeing in your site plan right now actually goes to kind of a more standard townhouse typology, where if you're standing on your deck in the back and your neighbor is standing on theirs, it's not too far before you can actually touch each other. And so you could, I think, give a little bit more space to people and still meet all the other goals you were, I think, aiming for in this design.
Yeah, and maybe it's more urban, you know,
it's almost
gardening,
more
farming versus what you have is truly agricultural, even though the fact that you show the animals, which is interesting because some of the projects we're working on, in particular for a charter school, I was surprised that the kids actually have chickens. And I don't mean, you know, taking the eggs and incubating them, they become chicks and they're out of there, but they're actually going to keep the chickens. And I was amazed that that's even legal in DC as far as having animals on your property. So I agree with what's being said, that maybe now you can sort of thread some of the more urban farming through your project. But I still, for me, I still like the idea of the agricultural part, because the history of St. Elizabeth's, again, you showed earlier one of a couple of the buildings on the property of the East Campus, and there were stables because at that time, after the Civil War, there were horses, and they were literally farming the area. I think that was part of the therapy and charge for the people that were there. And so in this case, to truly bring back agriculture to that area, if there's room to do that, is a plus. The one thing I do sort of miss with your project is the topography at this area it can get pretty dramatic towards the north and the west. And so accessibility to the freeway and the military bases that are further to the west, I think this project will have more to do with what's happening towards the east and towards MLK, and connecting again back to St. Elizabeth's, both the western side of St. Elizabeth's and the eastern side. Again, those sort of sections that cut through would be important.
Yeah.
Right. We do have a faculty hand up, Professor Bell.
Yeah, hi, Jasmine. Nice project. I have to confess, I'm one of the many architects who've taken a run at the plan for Berry Farm. So I'm very gratified to see your plan here. You know, one of the things I really like about what you've done here is this whole idea of connecting the St. E's landscape to the transit. And I think one of the problems that communities like Berry Farm have is that easy access to transit is a social equity thing, right? You know, I mean, a lot of folks who live in these places don't have cars, or they need to have the flexibility to be able to drive and to take transit. And it really, one of the conclusions I came to in working in this area for a couple of years was that we really needed to rethink the infrastructure in and around these places, because Suitland Parkway, while it's called the Parkway, doesn't have a lot of the graciousness that other parkways have in terms of ability to cross it at grade and things like that. And your connection there to the metro station, that line you drew connecting St. E's to the metro station, I think would be an essential sort of axis of equity in one level, because, you know, people can grow their own food, they can have more stability in terms of what their diets are and whatnot, and they could have greater access to transit. The challenge, of course, with Berry Farm was that even though, you know, that the community that was built there had, you know, a lot of social networks, which were very important, the housing was quite substandard. And one of the big challenges of these communities is that what I found to be amazing is people, in spite of where they live and some of the problems these places have, they have these amazing social networks, which are born out of necessity. You know, like you watch my kids on Wednesday afternoons while I'm working, while, you know, I watch your kids on Saturdays and things like that. And it really sort of bound that community together to make it a place that I think, in spite of the fact that it had a lot of, you know, problems in terms of the housing types and whatnot, had a social network that was quite extraordinary. And hopefully that'll reemerge when the whole place gets rebuilt. I think an idea like this, which is to add the landscape and the agricultural component, plus really being much more aggressive about the transit access and making that a much more daily kind of experience, could only work to bind the community closer together. And I think that's one of the more praiseworthy aspects of what you've done.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Alas, taking into account a little bit of the technical difficulties and wanting to make sure that you have exactly 60 minutes, Jasmine, what we'll do is just transition. If there are any final summary comments that our guests have, then we will ask your chair, Maddie Simon, to come and make some final remarks. So,
absolutely. Thank you everyone for your comments, by the way.
So any final remarks on the part of our guests? Okay. Maddie?
Well, this is such a happy moment for me. Not only do I get to hear my current thesis student present a wonderful project, but I get to hear it critiqued by one of the jurors who not too many years ago was also my thesis student. I won't dwell on how that makes me feel old. I'll just dwell on how that makes me feel proud. I'd like to commend Jasmine on her courage. When she embarked on this thesis investigation, she intended to design a community building for Anacostia. And she was considering a couple sites. One was right near the metro station, and the other was on the other side of the road in this Berry Farms area. And as she began to talk to me about the sites, I just thought, well, why not do it all? And the more Jasmine told me about Berry Farms, the more it seemed that it was not just an option as a site for her project, but it was really more of an obligation. Here was a place that was about to be erased and replaced. And the more Jasmine dug in and taught me about the history, the richer and more interesting and more compelling it became. So after wrestling with the prospect of this vastly increased scope of the thesis project, Jasmine jumped in wholeheartedly. And I really feel very privileged to have been part of this thesis investigation, because I learned more and more every week. So there's so many interesting things about the project. And one is to see an architecture student wrestling with the concept of time. So often we think about architecture as being frozen in time, but this project really engages the question of how do architects design for a span of time and move us all the way back to the past, into the present, and hopefully project as Jasmine said, a brighter future for this community. The critics had some great commentary, particularly I think about how this proposal integrates with the surrounding community, and also about the integration between the residential zone and agriculture. I think, if you had another 2 semesters, Jasmine, that these would be elements of the project to focus on. I think to some extent there just wasn't time in the 15-minute presentation to tell us everything about the community connections. I think there's a lot that's sort of buried in the plan here, and you chose to focus on the really important parts. I think that connection with agriculture was an intention from the beginning, but that it fell away, I think, in the face of some other project exigencies, wanting to create a buffer, wanting to keep the housing on the reasonably flat parts of the site, et cetera. So anyway, I guess I should stop here, because you've really said it all and the critics have said it all. So I'm grateful for the great experience of working with you and learning from you. And I hope that you will have an opportunity to bring this project to the attention of the city as a challenge to the existing master plan for this place. When I compare the 2 projects, I feel really compelled to hope that some aspects of your vision might be realized here, so that it becomes more than just a vision, but actually informs the future. And, if it's too late for this site, as you go forward in your career, I know that you will take these sensibilities, plus all of the, tremendous capacity that you built for yourself through the investigation of this project, and, help us to preserve and celebrate the memory of places that deserve to live on in our consciousness. So thanks, Jasmine, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all your help along the way. And thank you to our guesters for all of your amazing comments. This was a really great discussion.
Jasmine, yes, congratulations. As my former student in 403, 408, thesis prep 797, and now thesis semester, it's been amazing to watch your trajectory at school, and I wish you all the best in the future. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Never a dull moment. So we are going to queue up the next thesis candidate presentation from Daniel Perugine in
I can
New
do
York.
it again.
Sorry?
I can stream Danny if that's easy. Hopefully it won't kick me off Zoom again.
Sure, I have it up and ready to go if needed.
Okay, whatever you prefer, Danny.
You can go ahead, and I'll be here for backup.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Perugine, and this is my thesis titled Infill Farm, Revitalizing Urban Landscapes for Food Production. I'd like to thank the guests for being here today. I'd also like to say a very big thank you to Professor Michelle Lamprakos and Professor Lindsay May for their guidance and helpfulness throughout this thesis process. I'd also like to say thank you to my friends and family for all of their support as well. This thesis proposes the development of a food hub where locals can congregate and experience the full food cycle, from planting seeds to composting food scraps. A community space like this can support residents and strengthen their relationship between each other and the food they consume. This is especially needed in areas that have issues such as food insecurity and specifically a lack of access to healthy food. It's estimated that food travels about 1,500 miles from farm to plate. To do this, large amounts of energy are needed, and genetic modification and pesticides are added to this process as food circulates around the world. Community gardens allow for food to be grown, sold, and enjoyed in the community that is invested in it. There's less transportation, pollution, and chemicals involved when you use the existing infrastructure. The amount of Americans working in the agricultural industry is steadily below what it used to be before farming technology and machinery existed. However, farmers markets have been on the rise recently due to people's desire to know where their food comes from and know how to grow food. Farms are increasing their output due to the genetic modifications and pesticides and technology, as mentioned earlier. However, we do want to be careful and efficient about our use of land so that we protect natural resources and ecosystems. The site selection process began in New York City at 5 different neighborhoods, all struggling with lack of access to food, education, jobs, and housing. These issues have caused these neighborhoods to have higher rates of crime, obesity, unemployment, homelessness, and other quality of life issues. East New York is this neighborhood chosen. As you can see from the statistics on this slide, the neighborhood has higher rates of a lot of those health issues such as hypertension, diabetes, and obesity. There's a larger percentage of the population that is below the poverty line, that is unemployed and is rent burdened. Looking into the history of East New York neighborhood, it was founded in 1825 as a manufacturing town outside the heart of New York City. The first residents were European immigrants, notably Italians, Jews, Germans, and Slavs. The industrial facilities stayed in the area until World War II, when they closed and these residents moved away. Newer immigrants, mostly African Americans and Puerto Ricans, came into the area and settled. However, redlining, disinvestment, and urban renewal projects affected urban life. And the decades following this, high rates of crime, unemployment, and a scarcity of food, especially healthy food, existed in neighborhoods like East New York. In 1998, East New York Farms was established. It's an organization that uses the unused lots in the town and turns them into gardens or spaces to compost, or have farmers markets. And a lot of the food that is grown there is culturally relevant to the residents that live in the area. Another reason why East New York is a great town to have the opportunity of community gardens is because it has the most gardens of any neighborhood in the entire city. And as you can see here, there are some images of the sites within the town and the events that go on because of this organization, as well as many others in the neighborhood and in the city that utilize these spaces. Looking at the neighborhood, this diagram explains all the open lots within the town. The transit is divided between bus routes and subway lines. There's a large percentage of public housing within the neighborhood as well. And looking at zoning, some of the areas are still manufacturing. However, a lot of the town is residential housing. This diagram shows the locations of farmers markets, food scrap drop-offs, and composting spaces, and supermarkets or bodega corner stores. As you can see, there are no large supermarkets in the center of the town, only in the mall to the southeast of the neighborhood. This neighborhood, as well as many of the other neighborhoods around it, are considered a food desert. Urban infrastructure has been built around the neighborhood, such as train lines and highways, that act as barriers to the rest of the city. Living in a food desert makes buying food a complicated task, and it's even more so complicated by these barriers in a town where most residents rely on public transportation. Originally, 6 sites were located and researched to understand the different parts of the neighborhood. This was narrowed down to 1 site, but the thesis proposes that spaces can act as programmatic modules that can be replicated elsewhere. This zoom in into the neighborhood in East New York shows that there are shops or bodegas, but these shops and bodegas do not oftentimes have all the necessary ingredients for meals, especially healthy options. If they do, they could be more expensive than what could be found at larger supermarkets. For residents who are far from these supermarkets or can't afford to spend time and money looking for the best options, fast food is an alternative. However, this is a bad alternative and leads to some of those health issues that were mentioned before. This diagram is showing the spaces that are used currently as community gardens run by some organizations such as East New York Farms, as well as some abandoned lots that are not being utilized yet, as both can have proposals for food hubs on them. Looking into some users and people that live within the neighborhood, Kiara is a single mom who works 2 jobs to support her family. She recently emigrated to the United States and spends all her time and energy trying to start her life here. And by having a food hub in East New York, she's able to find affordable food right, in her neighborhood. Isaiah is a high school student who's trying to save up to pay bills and save up for college. He's able to get a job at the market where he stocks some of the goods and tends to the gardens. He becomes more connected with food and understands the food cycle and how to cook. Sophia is a retiree who suffers from diabetes, and she does not have a car, so she uses public transportation to get anywhere she needs to go. She enjoys going to this food hub where she volunteers and takes classes, and she now knows how to cook some healthy food, plant vegetables in her yard, and she tells these skills to her friends and family. All the buildings on this site use similar, easily constructible materials. The glazing utilizes glass curtain walls and metal mullions, while composite wood and steel framing encloses some other spaces. The roofs are metal split monitor roofs that allow light to reach the center of the buildings. Brick is used in the outdoor spaces and flows into the buildings as well. The programs within the proposal include event and gathering spaces, package and storage spaces, greenhouse spaces, market spaces, and kitchen spaces, as well as exterior community gardens. These can be laid out in many different ways depending on the proposal moving to other sites and replicating, as seen below. These are the current site conditions. The site is actually used by the organization East New York Farms, and as you can see, there are some farming plots and small sheds. There are farmers markets there that pop up during the summer season on weekends, but there's not a large percentage of consistent year-round production of food or exposure to the food cycle. Looking at the proposed site plan, the site consists of 4 buildings surrounding the centralized farm plots. Each building has specific programmatic functions, as mentioned earlier. Sustainable features such as solar panels and rainwater harvesting cisterns sit on the site as well. Design strategies for developing this layout follow guidelines of the neighborhood and the buildings nearby. The site is oriented for maximum sun exposure to the farms. The buildings are built with structural and organizational grid in mind, and the porosity of the buildings allows for free-flowing circulation in the buildings and around the buildings across the streets to the context. As you can see here, how the program is laid out, the front spaces being the outdoor farm and the indoor greenhouse, and the back spaces having the market space, the kitchen space, the event space, and the package and storage spaces. As you can see on the floor plan, a layering of space exists, which allows for circulation paths in the core of the main buildings, as well as transparent and open facades to move freely around the site. Porches cover the building sides and act as part of an architectural language. Zoom in here shows the furniture layout of these rooms. The second floor of the market building is also can be utilized for spaces for events and for selling these goods. And looking at material palette, using wood, metal, the glass curtain wall, and the brick are all materials from the context and from the East New York neighborhood. As I said earlier, the buildings relate to one another through the use of the wood and glass facades, as well as the metal roof structure. You're welcomed under a wooden trellis as you enter the space. You come from the other direction, you can see the street edge defined by trees, planters, and seating, as the site is on a main road in East New York. If you choose to stay outside, you can enjoy the farm or the many areas of seating. Rows of seasonal plants grow both inside and outside. The greenhouse is another great space to learn about how to plant and farm so that these skills can be brought home. The produce can be also enjoyed on site. Cooking spaces allow for the community to learn about how to cook food in healthy ways. As a public building, the community can come together for events or to celebrate with the food they have grown, harvested, and prepared in the town or on this site or from other community gardens. The marketplace introduces you to vendors from the town, as well as a selection of produce from the site itself. Designing to combat issues, including food deserts, income inequality, and health concerns, is achievable. Open or abandoned lots of a city can be seen as unused square feet primed for the development to enrich the community. An urban farm is a community space for educating the public on the food they consume. Hands-on learning is possible and creates a stronger sense of community through the rituals around food production, preparation, and consumption. Revitalizing these spaces with infrastructure that allows for constant production and collaboration improves the lives of the locals and strengthens this community. I'll open the floor now for questions and comments. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Danny. Great, and now you can share your screen and just orient us on the mural.
Maybe I missed it, but who actually owns this lot?
So the lot is actually owned by the New York City government, but the community center that has East New York Farms and the other kind of organizations are allowed to use it. So it's almost like a public park that can be refurbished into a farming area. So it is a public site.
But who would be managing the kind of infrastructure that you're talking about putting in as part of your thesis? Is it the city or is it the community organizations?
So I believe that the city would be publicly funding this, and that organizations would be able to use this, as there are many organizations that can use this site. Schools could come to the site and utilize it and have field trips. The kind of gardening organizations would be able to use it as well. Since the East New York Farm organization is currently on the site, I was thinking they'd be the main stakeholder, but it wouldn't be like, since they are a private nonprofit organization, they would be able to utilize the space, but they wouldn't have the entirety of, access to the space. It would be open to others since it is a public space.
So do you know if there are government funds, for projects like this that exist in certain departments?
So through my research, I found that there are funds through the city that are heavily focused on actually resolving the food desert issue with having spaces to sell food and farmers markets and things like that. And then, like I mentioned earlier, the actual garden plot or the other plots that are within this neighborhood are owned by the city, but they do allow you to utilize them, and you can apply for grants and things like that for organizations to actually use them and apply the gardening principles there as well.
Yeah, and I'm only asking these questions because if you can find a way to sort of monetize doing a project like this, maybe that's the next step for you. So for instance, since there seems to be a lack of grocery stores in the area, everything you're doing there could have been done at the roof level above a grocery store, for instance, and to sort of maximize the value of New York real estate, as I understand. I actually have never been to this part of New York, but I can imagine, knowing the rest of New York, that that land per square foot is at a premium. So I just want to throw that out there because I think this is a great concept, again, to bring wellness and food and all those things that we now know that's part of sustainability. Not just photovoltaics and all the other things that we've been looking at for the past 20 years. And with the current government in place, that's giving a new definition to what's infrastructure. And I think that you're onto something that I would consider this infrastructure. So, maybe there's a way to look and see how those things can marry and come together so that projects like this could exist and could have a way of supporting itself financially. So maybe that's just the next step for you. But I really recommend doing that because that's what brings it closer to, from thesis to the realm of possibility. And it's a great thing for this community because of the lack of services. So how do you put this in the category of infrastructure? I think is your next step.
Right. Well, I really appreciate that because in the beginning of the process, one of the thoughts was like utilizing the roofscape of these spaces. But the question that arose from that was if it were to be used by the public, would it have to be on a public building versus a supermarket? And the idea that there aren't many supermarkets in the area already, so they do need like a building that would be able to provide both of those. But I do think that that kind of next step in the phasing is really an interesting thought, and I appreciate that.
But that's where you have what are called public-private partnerships.
Right.
Yeah. And so again, that's what you can look at, I think, as your next step.
Definitely.
Okay.
So
Yeah, on a follow-up on that, you could go to the Design Trust for Public Space, and they did an initiative called Five Borough Farm, where they looked at the farming situation across New York and what it would take to implement in New York and various strategies. So I would encourage you to, I agree with Michael, the question really is, how do you take this beyond the theoretical and how do these things become real, because they're so needed. So if you haven't done it already, look at that study.
Sure. I didn't know about that. That's really interesting. Thank you.
So I have a question. As you were going through your explanation of your process, one of the things you said is you considered 5 or 6 sites across New York, and that you chose to focus on one, but part of your concept was that the principles of what you show on this site could be employed on the other sites you were considering. And then you got to the site where you started talking about the structures as more of a modular type of element. And I got really excited because I am really into this idea of module design that can be reused and altered based on your location and your conditions. And then you got to your design of the buildings, and I feel like it doesn't really reflect that module design as well. And so I wondered if you could talk about where you started when you were looking at the buildings to where you ended with what you put on the actual site.
Right. So basically, that was the process I went through. That at first I was thinking of the program or the spaces that they could be modular, and there's the way that they all kind of fit together on a site. And I did a few schemes where this was actually one building that followed the same kind of system of structure and connection that had all these programs next to one another. And I guess the idea about how this could be replicated elsewhere, obviously on other sites, depending on the size and the orientation and all of those factors, that would change how it would be laid out. But the kind of constant idea that these programs all would take up roughly this amount of square feet if you were to produce the amount that a farm could sustainably produce to actually feed a certain area or a certain radius of the city. That was why each of these kind of individual buildings has its own kind of function. So it allows for the idea that you could take if a site, for example, there's another site a few blocks north that has a lot of greenhouses. So that kind of programmatic module would not necessarily be needed there, but however, they do have farmers markets there. So maybe they would want to expand on that approach and take that programmatic module and put that on the alternative site. So the idea of temporary modules versus a kind of formalized finished building, I went back and forth between the two and decided that having a very systematic structure, a systematic use of the materials, and a systematic use of square footage that would be utilized for the program is kind of the guidelines that you can take in place elsewhere.
So I guess as I listened to your response, it's almost like your response had a lot more focus on the program than the structure of the module. and it's the structure of the module that I'm missing. And as an idea of something that you can easily replicate, particularly when you're talking about something that may be public funded, where they won't want to dump a whole lot of money into kind of custom construction for every location. I personally would have really loved to have seen some more emphasis on what is the actual form of the structure, and how does the structure respond to each of the program modules that it could potentially be used, and how are they put together, either, you know, long ways adjoined or end to end adjoined, so that the building form that you're showing in your sections, or the way you've treated your site, really start to directly respond to the ideas about the structure, the roof system, the steel, the storefront, the materials that you're saying you want to be able to keep consistent across this concept.
Right. Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I think, you know, further diving into the structure and that connection to the program would be a really great emphasis. Thank you.
Daniel, I would take Christina's comments perhaps a step further. I think looking at the systems that it would take to operate this little complex would also be important, given your interest in well, sustainability, really. So water, you know, where does the water come from? Where does it go? Is there a system that filters water and puts it back into your planting beds? Water actually is a precious commodity in New York, believe it or not. Many people talk about that a lot. So, and then the other issue is you can get too much water and you have issues with storm drains and so on. So I'm not going to get on all the detail, but I think there's another layer of what would make this a workable system. And it goes from how the buildings are conceived and built and replicated, but also the support systems. Big deal in New York is, you talked about composting, but what do you do with waste? What if all of the food is not absorbed in the neighborhood? Where do they take it? How is garbage picked up? They're all things that go beyond some of your wonderful imagery that I think, to have this be a thesis project, you need to consider and address in a bit more detail.
I want to say that. Oh, sorry. I'll be quick. I really like the ambition of the project and the idea that we should localize infrastructure and create accessibility to resources to deal with things like food deserts. I think that's a great premise for a project. What I'm missing a little bit, what I wish to see more of, is for a project that is predicated on the idea of an infill farm, and you're infilling in a relatively dense urban fabric. I actually have not a lot. I don't really have an idea of what the adjacent urban fabric looks like. You've kind of, we see it as this white massing, but I'm kind of wanting to see, the materiality, the textures, the size and scale of these neighboring buildings a lot more. Especially there, because you do have quite a nice material sensibility in your project, but I don't know if the adjacent buildings are brick or wood or You know, do they have, you know, is there a certain vernacular in the neighborhood? I'm not sure. And so that's kind of one thing that, you know, in your, maybe in your sections, maybe in your renderings, you could have visualized or represented the neighborhood a little bit more. And the other thing is, my other comments regarding density. And I think one of the other jurors points about that, you know, New York City's real estate is at a premium. So, and you know, urban farming, I think is, you know, there's a unique opportunity there for your project to explore what types of produce could be grown, let's say on a ground level versus on the roof versus even kind of maybe indoors or quasi indoors in the building. And I'm almost imagining that it could take on a more, almost more like terraced version where one side of the plot was much more dense, taller, and then there's a kind of gradient of landscape, of productive landscape throughout your project. Because it is, looking at your project, it's remarkably low density. And then the last thing I'll say is, again, urbanistically, the corners of the sites are quite important. That diagonal street, New Lots Avenue, I don't know if that's a commercial corridor or not, but the corner conditions on your site are quite important. So how do you begin to accommodate a kind of public gathering area or a transitional space or program into your program, your main program? You know, do you continue the street wall at those locations, or if not, what types of spaces are those corners? I buy into the kind of module of your scheme, but then because the site is irregular, I think you need to still explore and exploit those corner conditions. How can they be exceptional or different? But yeah, nice job.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with the idea of the corners being like a strengthening element. I did consider like the front edge, which is on that main street and does have access to like bus routes and the kind of transit that people would be using as an area where, you know, before you enter to the farms, that is an area where you would be able to sit and kind of congregate before you go forward. But I think that could be definitely enforced further. And then the idea about like low density, the surrounding sides, other than that New Lots Avenue, that main street, are all like two-story duplexes. So it is a very low density, a very low dense area of the neighborhood. And then I think showing that context would, you know, probably explain that further. But thank you very much for those comments.
Let me apologize in advance, Daniel. So I arrived rather late. So a lot of my comments are based on what I've heard some of the critics ask and what I'm looking at on the screen right now. The first thing that I started to wonder is what is the metrics of success that you had when you created the program? Because it takes about 2 acres of farmland to feed a family of 4 for a year. And that's just vegetables. And clearly this is not a 2-acre site. Right. So then how, again, so what's the metrics that you're determining? Like how would this project be successful? Like how many people are they feeding? I don't see it on the board. Maybe that's something you talked about. So before I even go further, was that something that you discussed?
So something that like was thought about was the idea that there are so many community gardens within this neighborhood that they do like sustain the neighborhood. Not entirely, obviously, it's not self-sufficient as of right now, but the idea that, you know, having this site here and then having multiple sites just like this on every block or on every other block would allow for the production of food constantly to increase that food amount. So although I don't have like statistics about like the exact amount, it would like alleviate the the kind of food desert issue, and also the proposal that this could be implemented elsewhere. There are so many possibilities of sites that obviously are open and available for use. And then the idea that I believe one of the critics mentioned earlier, that the roofscape could be used, and it could be vertical farming and things like that, were other great ideas that I think, if next step, that could be another integration to the farming and production.
See, so that's where I think the power of the programming, the extended power of the programming lie. It's not in the replication of this on another large site, but use of existing infrastructure for the same programming that you have. So this is East Brooklyn, right?
Yes.
Right. So I'm from New York, but I'm from the Bronx, but I know East Brooklyn well. There's a lot of odd lots there. So if you probably know Gordon Mata Clark, who done different installation on odd lots, I can imagine that your project could be that. So rather than say we're going to take one large site, we're going to take all of these unused odd lots that the city's not going to build on anyway, right? We use that for some of the gardening that you're doing. The other thing that you mentioned, the other critic who said use the roofs. You yourself, you just said that there's a lot of 2-story buildings there. So 2 stories is fantastic, because 2 stories means it's easy accessible for families on the first and second level. So that could be that there. I think what's missing here is, one, you should have a NOBI plan that potentially shows some of those odd lots and shows the density of the area. Some of the comments that I've heard earlier speaks to like the probability of this being extended with real estate being a premium in New York is unlikely, but the use of the odd lots of underutilized parcels is one that you could do. There's a gentleman here, I'm in Los Angeles, and there's a gentleman here named Ron Finley. They call him the gangster gardener. He's taking over a lot of the city of Los Angeles odd lots and done this here. Even and there's times when the city didn't want him to take over the lots, and he basically says, what are you using it for? And they realize they can't build anything on it anyway. So there's allowed him to do that. But the biggest impact of that is not just the use, not just growing things there, but it's this information exchange that happens. And that's something that I don't know if maybe you spoke about in your project, but teaching people how to grow in their own backyards, growing on their own roofs. In New York City, I've known people that have pigeon coops on roofs. It's a public space in of itself. So to teach people how to do that within the city is a huge benefit that I think your project speaks to. And I won't take up any time. I know I came late, so I'll just leave it at that.
Well, thank you for all those really good comments. Yeah, that was something that I did mention earlier, that this proposal would allow for like educational opportunities. There are plenty of community organizations and folks that do gardening in the area, so they would be able to be welcomed on the site, and schools would be welcome to bring classes, and you could take community run classes about learning how to put this in your own backyard. So that is something that was definitely thought about.
I will make one last comment. I know I just said the last one would be the last, but this I promise will be the last. Your renderings don't look like the existing community. So if you were to show this project and put it up in a board in East New York, would be seen automatically as a catalyst for gentrification. So this is a Whole Foods. I would automatically say this is a Whole Foods. This is the start of a Whole Foods and not something for the existing community. Your rendering should show the stakeholders that you're trying to serve.
Yeah, Daniel, you talked about your 3 people who could come here. It would have been nice to see them in your rendering.
Right.
And more people like that. I agree with Court.
Other summarizing comments from our guests before we, or faculty. So Michelle, would you like to queue up some closing remarks?
Sure. So, Danny, this is a great concept. We've been behind this concept from the beginning. And should also put this in context. We've seen, not only this year, but other thesis years, we've seen quite a number of food-related thesis projects. So this is sort of emerging as a focus, I would say, in the thesis studio. The idea of food deserts, how can food deserts be remediated? What does it mean to have a food hub? What does a food hub do? And we pushed really hard on you from the beginning as you were looking through precedents to address exactly the point that Corey mentioned, that is this a tool for gentrification? Because all over the world, you see examples of formalized urban markets on sites that had been informal or community-based, volunteer-based. And the market gets built and suddenly it's a Whole Foods or equivalent, right? And you rejected that idea. You said you really wanted it to be for the community. So what I think you considered a lot of the things, and I know we talked about quite a number of the things that the reviewers mentioned, although there were also new and really creative ideas, and I would have loved to have some of our reviewers on board to give guest critiques during the year. But I think your strongest idea that maybe didn't come through was the fact that you were looking at a network of sites. You spent an enormous amount of time studying different sites and how those different sites were currently being used, right? So sort of following what Corey and others were saying about existing abandoned lots or lots that have not been built on, mostly in public ownership, and how they're being used. And so your concept, as I understood it as your chair and as we worked together, was to figure out what people were doing and to support what they were already doing, right? So at one point, your thesis was going to be about all three sites. And then that seemed to be sort of untenable. So you decided to focus on another site, on one of those three sites. Yet I think it would have been helpful to bring in that idea of networked sites and to make more evident how diffuse this process of community gardens and urban agriculture is already, what this particular NGO does, right? And so to sort of frame it in terms of what is this particular NGO that has a presence on this side, what are they doing and what do they need, right? And from there, the comments regarding infrastructure are absolutely critical, right? To conceive, so Christina, Michael, James, Corey, everyone sort of addressed this question of infrastructure. Sylvia talked about systems. So if you start to see it as a kind of infrastructure, that means possibly a modular concept that can be reconfigured, as Christina said, to adapt to different sites and also different program conditions, also make it affordable. Thinking, as Michael mentioned in the beginning, how would this site become self-sustaining? I think the idea, I don't remember if this was Michael or someone else who said, I think it was Michael who said, why not a grocery store, right? Why does it have to be an urban market that has this sort of gentrification imagery? Why not simply a grocery store? And so that kind of mix of use of profit-making and nonprofit on the same site could also be a model for a self-supporting institution, which incidentally has been done around the world, specifically in the Islamic world, which is the part of the world I study in. So these ideas of public-private partnerships or combination of private and nonprofit functions on the same site could be really exploited to make this a viable kind of infrastructure. And then I guess the final point that I'd like to focus on is well, it's Christina's comments about structure, James' comments about terracing and gradients, and Sylvia's comments on systems. These are actually all things we talked about and just didn't get pushed far enough in the thesis. I remember several conversations about water, right? So we all have in our idea images of how in great architecture, the capture and channeling of water, great architecture in gardens literally creates the site and subdivides the site. And I think some of that is in there, some of that is in your thesis. It's just not quite coming out. Similarly, the concept of this structure that's a market structure being in a sort of closed position at night or during the winter and opening in section to bring in, so that whole idea, like along the north facade, the street was supposed to be a kind of market street that would be open during the day but closed at night. Those kinds of long sections, cross sections are still not coming through in the drawings. Nevertheless, it's really a great concept and a great beginning, and we look forward to seeing where you take this in the future.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Thank you everybody for your comments.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations, Danny, on your thesis project. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a brief intermission with our guests in mind and everybody in mind, and we will reconvene at 3:30 sharp for the final two presentations of the afternoon. So a little bit of time to get up, stretch your legs, and do whatever you need to do, and we'll see you at 3:30 sharp.
Onward we go, huh, Jamie?
Onward, onward and upward.
Onward.
You guys
and
are doing
upward.
great.
Citius, Altius, Fortius. Actually, it is an Olympic year, isn't it?
Maybe.
For our thesis students, every thesis season is an Olympic year.
That's true.
So, Leah, are you ready? We'll queue up in a second.
So
Okay.
Leia's taking charge of her own fate and going to stream her video as well.
Oh, okay. Okay. Fantastic. Well, we'll give everybody 17 seconds to rejoin. There we go. Okay. It is 3:30 on the dot. And that means it's time for our next thesis candidate to present, Leah Clark, and the venue is going to shift to Baltimore, Maryland. So Leah, over to you.
hello, my name is Leah Clark, and today I would like to discuss my thesis project titled Lots of Healing, a Transformative Approach to Lot Vacancy. In order to get started, I would like to begin by briefly discussing my thesis abstract. This thesis aims to reevaluate the abandonment of vacant lots and develop an architectural typology used to address the issue of lot vacancy in specific areas of Baltimore. And through examining the history of Sandtown Winchester, a neighborhood in Baltimore, a multi-layered intervention will be developed to address the issue of homelessness and lot abandonment throughout Baltimore, specific to this neighborhood. The intervention will then be adapted to address similar issues that exist in cities across the country and will serve as a catalyst to spark further discussion about the societal implications of the mishandling of vacant lots and ways to adapt them to serve the communities in which they exist in order to create permanent change. When I began this project, I wasn't entirely sure what the outcome of the intervention would be. I now understand it to be a solution of housing. But before we delve into this, I would like to take the time to define some key terms that will be popping up a little bit in our presentation. Vacant lot is a neglected parcel of property that has no buildings on it. An abandoned building is any parcel of property uninhabited and deemed unlivable. This distinction is important because for the purposes of this project, I will be discussing my intervention as a response to vacant lots and not abandoned buildings. And to better understand my project, it is important to understand how the city of Baltimore operates. I examined the city of Baltimore in 3 layers, through nodes of major intersections, the street network, and the urban fabric. I believe it really highlights the systemic neighborhood segregation and bifurcation that these major highway interstates have done in the city, so much so that a severe lack of accessibility and extreme economic disparities that exist in comparison to in communities such as North Baltimore and the Inner Harbor in comparison to West Baltimore. If you look at this map of the metro lines in Baltimore, you can see that there is little to no transportation access to the west of Baltimore or to the east of Baltimore. And all of the transportation is centered around just downtown Baltimore, which is really just the center. I'd like to now examine the neighborhood of Sandtown and examine it using the same methods of investigation of Baltimore City. This neighborhood is organized on city blocks, and every single major street has multiple intersection points, as you can see in my nodes diagram. This grid creates a system in which potentially every street becomes a major street. The urban fabric gives every space the same level of spatial hierarchy. As I mentioned earlier in our discussion about the site of Baltimore, Sandtown has been cut off in 2 directions by the Franklin-Mulberry Expressway and North Fremont Ave, as well as the bus lines not permeating into the neighborhood of Sandtown itself and only traveling around. I also decided to examine some of the societal issues facing the community as well. Saying Sandtown is poor would be an understatement. There is a high number of previously incarcerated residents, which lessens the labor force, and a number of individuals experiencing homelessness. According to Baltimore City government and census data, over 3,000 people are experiencing homelessness daily in Baltimore. 30% of Sandtown's population is also previously incarcerated. On top of all this, Sandtown Winchester is number 2 among neighborhoods for killings in Baltimore and had a rate of 1 murder per 1,100 residents. The issue of lot vacancy is both a symptom of these issues previously discussed, but it's also a causation of some of these issues as well. So studies show that people that live near vacant lots have a lessened life expectancy and are prone to experience more violence than someone who doesn't. And there are currently 16,000 vacant lots in Baltimore, and a large portion of these exist in Sandtown. This idea that I had was really just thinking about the problems that the neighborhood of Sandtown had and how many of these problems would probably take years to solve. And a solution with more immediacy seems pretty important. Housing is a critical issue in Baltimore, and with the popularity of these pocket communities popping up in a lot of cities such as Los Angeles and San Francisco, I began to think of some ways to house people quickly, but also reinvigorating the surrounding neighborhoods. This idea was turned into transitional housing for the people of Sandtown, a space where people could get their most basic needs met, learn a skill or a trade in the process, and then after 24 months or so, move on to more permanent housing. Studies have shown transitional housing is very effective in aiding homelessness, yet it's underfunded by the government of Baltimore. I also decided to study key precedents that would help me conceptualize this type of architecture. So I didn't really want to just do cookie cutter housing. I wanted an approach that introduced a different type of typology to the city of Baltimore, but also promoting community. So Toshiko Mori's project in Senegal, the Senegalese artist residency, does just this. It was actually built by members of the community and also features this great community space. As you can see in the picture, by the way that the roof undulates and forms this indoor-outdoor space so that people could gather underneath it. I also studied Brooks and Scarpa's pallet house. The house introduced a sustainable way to create housing by using reclaimed wood that acts as a facade. And since sustainability was such a key factor in this community, a large portion of the materials are actually meant to be recycled and carbon neutral. The pallet house does just this by using reclaimed wood as the facade, but also many of the materials made in the house are also recycled as well. I also decided to study more of just the actual landscape of Sandtown itself. So I looked at the elevations of different row houses, what that would look like. And I also did a cursory study of the actual street facade. So I noticed a couple of things that were happening in Baltimore. Either the line of the windows matched when the heights of the buildings didn't, or the heights of the buildings always matched. And that meant usually that the line of the windows would match as well. And if neither of the heights of the buildings or the windows matched, usually the line of the doorways would match. And the setbacks in the row houses themselves were usually determined by the adjacent ones, so they were always usually on a single line. I also did a study of the interblock parks and the green spaces that exist within them. And I thought the major question that I was really focusing on when studying these parks was, how is this neighborhood establishing community? And these parks are really interesting because each of them shows how Baltimore was trying to use these intersections and these row houses to create many parks and community spaces within the center of each community, as you can see in the orange Interpark Park study diagram. And these green spaces, there are actually a large number of green spaces in Sandtown. They were all kind of centered in the same areas that these interblock parks were focusing on, but there are also many other green spaces that kind of existed outside of Sandtown that kind of led into Sandtown as well. I believe the only issue with a lot of these parks is the only ones that are really maintained is like one interblock park, and it's called the Harlem Interblock Park. And then there's Harlem Park, which is right next to it, and Lafayette Park. And the rest of the interblock parks are horribly maintained and not well taken care of. So in order to really understand just what I wanted to do, I decided to use 3 sites that have different conditions. And as you can see, each site is located in relative close proximity to each other. I wanted to maintain unity in any way possible, and location was very important. So site 1 was chosen because it's a single plot condition, and it's considered an unbuildable area because it's built on an area with a railroad line behind it. And an easy way to develop a pocket community is just placing a bunch of units on one site. So this is the first site that I really developed and really thought about the placement of these units and the recreation center. As you can see in this one, the recreation center is in the middle with units on either side. And at the center of each one is a community gathering space that you will see later on in the presentation. The second site was chosen because it's a dual plot condition. There's plenty of buildable space for a community, and it's just a different way to think about developing community because half of the community lies on one half of the street, while the other one is on the other side of the street. So I thought about using crosswalks and speed bumps to slow traffic while still maintaining that the recreation center is on the center. The third site was chosen because it's an intersection plot condition, so there's plenty of buildable space. Each plot could have a different identity I was postulating and purpose, but joined and unified through this intersection. As you can see in this image, the recreation center is located on the corner of the intersection. So the user groups were chosen in order to highlight the most common groups of individuals that were homeless. And the most common groups of homeless people were single individuals, the elderly or handicapped, and the single parent family. These groups of people are the largest and also will serve as the intended occupants for the community. So this first one, who's the elderly person, is 71-year-old Hector, who's been left abandoned and distressed after his family left him, leaving him without a home. And the second person is a single individual, which is 22-year-old Timothy, who was recently incarcerated for a minor misdemeanor, and he's in dire need of a place to stay and live after living in various homeless shelters and living on the street. And the third is the Rodriguez family, who had just been evicted from their home and had no place to stay, and they had to choose to a tent encampment outside with their young son that they worry about his safety and security. So the units would come with a shared kitchen and bedroom, and sizes would be determined on use in order to emphasize this idea of scalability. I believe reconfigurability is important, so I represented the units as singular in my floor plan and not in a conglomeration to show that the unit arrangement I've settled on is not the only arrangement of the units. As you can see, as I mentioned before, 3 occupant groups are the single family, the handicapped / elderly individuals, and then the single individuals. With the arrangement that I've chosen, about on the first site, about approximately 80 to 100 people could exist on the site at one time, which I think is a good starting point for managing, large numbers of people with these pocket communities. So here is just more information about the units themselves, the shared kitchen, the bathroom, and the bedroom. I also decided to think about permanency. So while the arrangement should be determined by the needs of the community at large, I believe the actual building life cycle of the unit should be determined by the community as well. So the permanency of these units should be open-ended and completely dependent on the community's need for them. I predict that a 5 to 15 year program and then a review with the planning department and team members of the community should be a factor in determining permanency. In order to promote community, the recreation center, which is really used as like a laundry facility, event space, and learning center, it's a central gathering area of everyone who resides in the community should be seen as such. I believe the units themselves would be made of wooden pallets and use a split HVAC system, which you can see partially in our unit section. The wall system strategy and sustainable strategies would be implemented through the use of recycled and reclaimed wood pallets for the facade. As you can remember, my precedent project, the Brooks and Scarpa Pallet House, definitely came into play here. You can also see that there would be solar panels placed on the roof of the recreation center so that a majority of the power generated on the sites themselves would be through these solar panels. And just regular wood framing construction would be used in these units. And here's a closer look at just the wooden pallet facade. This is an elevation. So there would be a diversified pallet arrangement on the facades of the building itself, just the unit building. And then also the opportunity for these facades to turn into plant holders or bike racks or any other thing that would be used as like a way to promote community. So in one of my renderings, you'll also see some of the pallets turned into a bench to promote seating in certain areas. So it really just depends. As you can see in the elevation, each one of the communities are knit together by the program. So the recreation center is the heart of the project, and it's often located in the center just to promote gathering and group mentorship. The recreation center would also be where events and joining the community at large, and the wooden pallet community, which I'm calling it, would occur. You can see this in my perspectives as well. So here's more information just about the elevation. So as you can see, the recreation center is also always at the center, and the units kind of surround. And this is that site 3 where the recreation center is at that corner, as I mentioned earlier, and these units kind of all surround like this center street. And here's just an axonometric look at the unit arrangements, and also just calling out, the very specific program that would be on each of these sites. So there would always be a recreation center, a community space, where there would be seating and such, and housing units, while also a community garden. Here's a look at some of the housing units themselves. So there's the shared kitchen and a bedroom. And then the recreation event space would be areas where exhibits happen, community gathering events, just a gathering spot for all of the people in the community. And this last rendering is showing just the hallway space where it could be a place where artwork is displayed, murals could possibly be painted on the walls, just a place to kind of further develop that idea of community. This one is looking specifically at the community gardens, looking towards the recreation center, and the community wall, which I mentioned before, features that pallet bench kind of coming off, creating seating, and some of those pallet lamp holders. And here is just the street perspective of the first site, and the second site, and the third site. And I'm sure you're really wondering, you know, what is the healing of my thesis referring to? Well, I think the first step to healing a broken community such as Sandtown is addressing the most basic necessities first, which is housing, and establishing a newfound appreciation for Sandtown so that this issue of lot vacancy can be remedied over time. I think that like using the recreation center and these units are all part of the healing that could take place in the community. I want to thank you all for listening to my presentation and open feedback and comments. Okay, I'm going to bring up my mural board.
Great, thank you.
So I have a question. So do you basically have two-story structures? But the existing sort of neighborhood is multi-story, right? Townhouses?
Yes.
Did you think about increasing the density, you know, if this is really a need, so that the volume, or at least the heights even, are closer to what exists?
I did think about going up another level, and the reason that I didn't was because I thought then another layer of like vertical circulation would be needed, like an elevator.
Elevator, yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of wanted to keep it to 2 levels because I feel like just adding that extra level, like once you get to the 3rd level, it kind of takes away from the community aspect that I'm trying to build with the project. And so keeping it to 2 levels is purposeful.
Well, I do think you made your own sort of village, if you will, in a sense.
I'm sorry, can you share the link to your?
Yeah, put that in the chat, please, Leah.
Oh, whoops, I sent it only to Lindsay, I'm sorry.
Great.
So that's my main question is the possibility of having more density for such a needed, you know, program. And, you know, there could be elevator, but there could be connections to, of course, to eliminate the need of an elevator per building. Obviously, that's super expensive. But that's part of the architectural, you know, inquiry to this. But it is, I like the sort of village aspect of what you built. It will seem, you know, not quite consistent with, you know, the existing Baltimore aesthetic per se, at least in that area. So that could be a question where some people could say, well, it's not consistent and doesn't blend in, but it's still sort of, it's very interesting.
So I do have like a comment in response to that, because I was thinking about like just the street facade in general. And I argue that, you know, kind of disrupting like the regular row house street facade is kind of important because of like the lot vacancy. Like if you go down a street in this neighborhood specifically, like you'll see an entire street with like boarded up row houses. You'll see, you can kind of see it a little bit in my collage there.
Yeah.
But there's just empty spaces with vacant lots. So it's really, it feels more like a decimated, kind of disconnected place to be.
And I argue that, you know, introducing another typology would kind of reinvigorate the area in a different way, but then giving the power to the people in the community that, you know, don't have means, I think that's like just a more powerful use of space.
Mhm. Okay. But the thing is, if just to remember for yourself, is that then you start to identify this as a sort of that housing for those people in a sense. And so it doesn't sort of integrate with the neighborhood, which is really what you really, I think, you want these folks to feel like they're part of the community and not designated by their architecture as you know, people who are in need. It's their way of progressing and moving up. Their kids get educated. They, you know, go from there. So just be careful when you sort of set up something that could be a sort of a stigma of who they are. But it's very, I mean, you know, sort of, it's really interesting the texture of what you've come up with as far as the architectonic quality of it. It's very interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Michael. As a matter of fact, that was gonna be my comment in terms of the architecture typology that you decided to have that juxtaposes what's existing.
Yeah.
Just to echo what he says, you know, again, it becomes an identifying marker of this
group,
specific, group.
Yeah,
that's there. But then I also think, but I think you can still do it. But you know, it's like you again. I apologize because I had a little bit of trouble hearing. But I wrote down you have like the vacant lots then become support spaces, and for certain groups or the community at large. And when you design that new typology, I know that the new you know, townhomes that you have, what you could do is, or if you, I think Precedent Projects was a little bit off. So I think a Precedent Project you could have looked at is another one by Brooks Scarpa, but Michael Maltzan Star Apartments, which is in Skid, that has a huge amount of not just support for the houseless that's in Skid Row, but there are supportive spaces for the community at large. And that's a way to bring people in to have more of this integration and more communal aspect to this kind of housing technology that you have. That's not just designated to one specific group that gets people interacting in a certain way. That project sits on the public space on that project sits actually on a podium. So there's a private space on the podium too, right? So the group that this project is essentially serving has their own private public space on the podium. But with your project, I do like the scale of it works, but like Michael said, I would try to eliminate as many elevators as possible. Unfortunately, I'm like, as I'm talking, I'm like scanning through your units as well. But you know, again, just having the scale of the units, I think, as a matter of fact, even if the facades are different or and the overall design is different, if the scale is in line with what's happening in the community, that would have been, I think that's another way to thread it.
All right. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I definitely thought about, like, you know, how high should I stack if I stack them? Like, originally I wasn't going to stack them at all. And then I kind of, you know, felt like adding another level would be kind of just another level of like community interaction on like a different floor. So that, like, on the second level, there is like that area for like, you know, not indoor outdoor space, but just outdoor gathering space, like outside of the unit. So I was thinking about like, you know, how high I should stack them, and then also thinking about like how not to other these people, like, by just the housing typology.
I wanted to say that that I actually had the fortune of working for Michael Maltzan for 4 years in Los Angeles, and I got to see Star Apartments and also completed some other projects with the Skid Row Housing Trust. And so I think Corey's absolutely right in that Star Apartments is a great example of permanent supportive housing. And the social sort of supportive programs that are integrated into the housing, super important. I also wanted to scrutinize your units a little bit because with supportive housing, oftentimes you're limited to fairly small spaces for individuals or families, and they have to be very, very efficient. So if I'm looking at your units, what I'm noticing is potentially missing is like a living space or a dining space. There's a shared kitchen, but I don't see a potential area where you can have a table for 2 or 4 people. And then, is there a living space where you can have a couch, have a TV, some leisure space as well. The overall kind of the massing of your little villas, I think that's quite nice, and it's in some ways very luxurious. Usually in supportive housing, you are forced to build in a very dense way. SROs typically have, they're sort of very much stacked and have a certain height and density because there's such a premium with land, and that so you're trying to fit as many families as possible in a site. In LA, I spent 3 years building 64 units of supportive housing in Van Nuys, and in that same time, the homeless population in LA grew by 30,000, and so it's like such a just a towering challenge to provide enough units for those who are in need. My other comment I would say is I was really curious about the notion of using these vacant lots, and I was wondering, maybe the project could have exploited these the unique conditions of these lots a little bit more. The one near the train station, I wasn't quite clear why that couldn't be built on, but I immediately thought of transit-oriented development. How can you integrate the train station and that adjacency to families that need easy access to public transit so that they can commute to work? The sites that are bridging across the street, you could even be a bit provocative and say, what if the street were to be reimagined as pedestrian only, or are there sort of sky bridges or linkages that connect across as well? So to explore that architecturally, I think it's an incredible topic to be delving into, and it's such a big challenge and an important one to think about as an architect and designer. So you've kind of you've begun the deep dive into a huge challenge, and I want to commend you for that.
Thank you.
So I want to challenge some of this a little bit.
Okay.
Just in that I've been looking at your overall kind of planning and how you're distributing these developments throughout the neighborhood that you're working in. And one of the things that immediately stuck out to me is that you have 3 10,000 square foot community buildings within kind of 4 or 5 blocks of each other. And when you think about the sheer volume of people that you can accommodate in one of those buildings, and you have 3 of them, and it looks like you have an abundance of kind of abandoned buildings and vacant properties in the area, are you over providing the community asset? So that's one thing that stuck out to me. The other thing that stuck out to me is that one of the things you mentioned was the kind of interblock parks that are throughout the area, and that while there are a decent number of them, there are maybe only 3 of them that are actually being maintained in any type of way that makes them kind of valuable to the community.
Mm-hmm.
And so part of what I'm wondering is the overall approach that you've taken almost too big? And I say that not in that the idea is too big, but that sometimes impactful things can happen in a bunch of smaller moves as opposed to one or two really large moves. So if instead of planning, 3 scenarios where this kind of development is put into place, what if the study was one of these intersections starts to act as the main hub of this development and this building of community? And then you really start to look at some of the smaller vacant lots and the smaller kind of inner block parks that could benefit from maybe one small set of units being put on, and the people who are living in those units will then start to take some ownership to helping to improve the maintenance and the quality of those areas that they are residing in. And so in some ways, it kind of goes beyond just providing the kind of housing and the resources to the underserved, but also giving them an opportunity to give back to the community as a whole, right? And that they're improving other things that are already there. And I think that will help actually tie everybody in together more, because they haven't landed in the middle of a space. They're woven throughout the fabric of the neighborhood that's already there.
So I just want to make sure I understand your comment. Are you talking about like picking a point like within the neighborhood that kind of acts as like the center, and then developing, smaller scale units like on a majority of the vacant lots? Is that?
In some ways, saying that of the 3 intersections or areas that you've picked up, if one of them becomes the nucleus, so it gets the community building and the larger arrangement of units that you're showing, and then spreading out from there is where you start to integrate more instances of maybe just the units throughout the community, tied to other vacant lots or inner block parks, so that it's more of a woven kind of connection as opposed to insertion into the fabric.
That's okay. That's a good idea.
I'd like to add to what Christina's saying too, is that where you do have the larger lots, maybe you actually build mixed income. So it's similar to what she's saying, is that if you take the smaller lots and you put, the people that need this type of housing into the established neighborhood, then maybe with your new larger lot, you mix in, both affordable market rate and the supportive housing. And so that you start to have this relationship, I know it's kind of social engineering, but I think that's a good thing in this case, to have that exposure. So again, not segmenting this group right here and this group here, and they don't meet. So there are different ways of bringing them together.
Okay.
Now, Leah, like all of these projects, you've covered lots of territory. I'm curious to know, what part of this project do you love the most?
Yeah. So the creation of like the rec center was a little like a later addition to the project down the line, but it ended up being an idea that I really liked, just because I remember when I was a kid growing up, going to a recreation center and taking like art classes. So that portion of the project like kind of really resonated with me specifically. And so like that's probably my favorite.
So in your design of the rec center, does that convey your love of that? Because it's a footnote in this presentation, and I'm curious to know how you brought that forward, because there are so many issues to think about as an architect, but I think what's important, particularly your beginning stages is to understand what you love and how you convey that. And I think your renderings of the palette units, clearly you fell in love with that as an idea, which is, I like the fact that there's a thread that goes through each one of your compositions. You did something that I think others kind of dabbled with, but you don't need to answer it right now, but I think it's, if there's a piece of it that you loved, you might have expanded on that a bit more and shown the quality of light and the views and so on. And you took on a lot, but I'd encourage you to keep exploring that if that's the part that you love.
Okay.
And plus is great for your portfolio.
Yeah, always that.
Hey, Leah, can I ask you a question? This is Mide here. I actually live like a couple of blocks away from Sandtown. It's like literally back there. And you're right, it is blight, a lot of open lots and boarded up homes. And I think somebody asked a question as to typology that you're creating, the two-story buildings that are stepping back, the facades are not matching the existing context. One thing that they try to do in Winchester is get in Habitat for Humanity to come in and build a lot of those buildings. They work with a lot of corporations, a lot of architecture firms, and work in conjunction with the community, to provide sweat equity so that they do have that ownership in terms of like, being a part of the community. And I wonder what your thought is with regards to this new typology that you're introducing. I actually think it's interesting. My first instinct was to go, why aren't these row home like, or with brick? But then I kind of thought about it. I thought of it in a poetic way. It's almost like that Japanese art of kintsugi, where you sort of have a broken pot and you're sort of mending it with gold so that the scar remains, and it's sort of like this thing that's very visceral and visible, that in itself becomes a typology. I wonder, how do you see the community living here being, besides the fact that they live here and they could grow food and maybe go to the community center, how do you sort of foster that ownership of belonging? Where are they helping to build these buildings, or are they just sort of imported from the next homeless shelter to come take refuge here? How do you sort of create that that sort of inherent identity of them belonging to Sandtown?
Right. And I should have touched upon this more in my presentation. But I initially was thinking about how people in the community could kind of take ownership of it by, being part of the team that kind of maintains it. So like, being like a part of the team that helps maintain the gardens, or, cleaning some of the units, like, the outdoors, like keeping the presence of the community, looking nice. And I was thinking about this because on my travel to Baltimore, like to the site, I kind of stumbled upon this tent encampment of like 3 or so tents in a vacant lot. And I was just asking questions about like maintenance of the lot and how they're able to put tents on there, because it was like they were kind of situated in a garden. And they were talking about how like people who live there take ownership of it because they're able to contribute to the beautification of the area. And they kind of feel like, by them participating in taking care of it, that's their space and they want to keep it, looking nice. So I think that would be my answer to like having people feel a connection to this community, is like have them be responsible for the maintenance of it.
Okay. And the second and last question is, how did you arrive at the wood palette? Because, you've done some amazing renderings of these evocative scenes and stuff, looking down the street. But do you worry that there's a sort of temporary nature to the look of this thing, you know, in terms of these wood pallets that needs to be sort of fixed every 6 months, you know, with rain, freeze, thaw, you know, so it kind of adds a little bit to this looking like a temporary housing as opposed to something, you know, well rooted in the fabric compared to like even formstone that everybody seems to turn their nose up on in Baltimore, you know, as that kind of material having a sense of permanence. Did you explore any other material that, you know, when this is done, it still doesn't look like temporary housing? That's something that bring a bulldozer in like 6 years and, you know, get rid of them because they look like temporary housing because of their wood pallets. Did you explore any kind of permanent looking material like brick or whatnot that could be incorporated into this? Maybe even in the community centers or aspects of the housing?
I did. Like initially, I was thinking about doing some sort of brick facade and then looking at like just low cost facade materials. But I kind of stumbled upon like this wooden palette type of
Loved it.
architecture, like accidentally when researching like different low cost methods of creating housing. And apparently like there's this whole movement to create, you know, housing out of just wooden pallets and like kind of dedicating it to people who need it. And so, you know, I really fell in love with that idea. And in terms of it, like kind of interrupting like the landscape, you know, the facade of Baltimore, I felt like I didn't mind it as much, and it not feeling like permanent. I also didn't mind that aspect as well, because I think, like I said, like the permanency should really belong to like the community. And I think wooden pallets is kind of a good kind of in between material where it could feel both permanent and impermanent at the same time. Does that answer the question?
I hear your answer.
Okay.
I have a question off of that though. I'm sorry.
I think this is one of those instances where the scale of the application matters though, right? So if you were talking about smaller areas where you maybe have one or two of these structures kind of interwoven into the fabric, it becomes less of a facade, if that makes sense, and more of kind of an entity. And I think what's throwing it off is seeing, you know, whole blocks that are nothing but these palette formed structures implies that it should be something that feels more permanent than what is presented in the renderings that you're doing.
Okay. I definitely hear that. Yeah.
But you don't want it to be permanent though, right? In the beginning, you said that you want it to last 5 years. Am I correct?
Yeah, I was thinking like permanency was kind of a huge kind of crux for me in this project, because initially I just wanted them to be able to last maybe 2 or 3 years and then they could be taken away and put somewhere else. But I decided to kind of change that portion of the project and have it be something where the community, like the actual Sandtown community, decides how permanent the housing should be.
Yeah, you have to take a look at, you know, for instance, what happens in Brazil and Rio and the favelas. And, you know, it's really an interesting situation to take lower income materials and use them in an aesthetic way. So it's tricky.
Right.
So I think something.
Sorry, go ahead.
Very quick. Another consideration is climate. The Brooks Scarpa's project is in New Orleans, where it's, I think, hot and humid. I've never been to Baltimore, but I think there's a reason why brick is a material used often there, right? Thermal mass. So pallets, like in terms of climate performance, I'm a little wary of. So it's another thing to consider when you're picking the material. Recycled brick or other materials that have more thermal mass might be something you could look into.
Right. So we have raised hand, the faculty, Professor Bell, and then I think we'll transition to some final remarks.
Thank you. Hi, Leah. The ARC 700 looked at this area of Baltimore a couple of semesters ago, and it's a very, very difficult problem, and learned quite a bit about it. And I admire you greatly for wanting to take it on. And one of the things that you put a finger on, which I wish was more of in here, is actually making prefabricated small housing in some degree of quantity that could be trucked in and put on vacant sites and given people homes, a little bit like they did in New Orleans after Katrina with the Katrina cottages, where they gave people homes right away and they were able to mass produce them. The problem with this neighborhood is it has no value. The land has almost no value. I mean, the row houses are way too big for the occupants. The whole story of the interblock parks is an interesting problem in sociology of public spaces that failed miserably. The street network is undifferentiated, and for years, the traffic lights were timed such that people could drive through here, and the lights were long enough that a drug transaction could occur at the intersection, and then, you know, people could drive off, and they sort of started to change that a little bit. Yeah. But I do think there is the kernel of something here with a modest mass-produced unit that even could be one story. There's a lot of seniors in this neighborhood that need senior housing that might not be ready to move into high-rise buildings and stuff, which need big subsidies. And they could be, that I would suggest would probably be a strategy if you were to do that, would be to cluster them more in defensible kind of courts and things, and so that there was more of a sense of defensible space at the perimeter. I think somebody mentioned that. So that they, you know, I think your rendering starts to suggest that, but how it relates to the street and how the buildings set up these different zones of privacy would be something you'd want to pursue. But I could see a mass-produced solution here of modest things that were made as almost mobile homes and trucked into place to get people living in the neighborhood. And some of these things can look reasonably nice, and maybe they're not there forever, but they do provide housing for folks.
Right.
Right. Terrific. Thanks, Matt. So now, alas, we're nearing the end of the hour, and I think it's unless our panel have any final remarks, to bring in your chair, Leah, Juan Burke, Professor Burke, to give us some final remarks.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Terrific. Okay, so I'm going to start just by so for those who might not know, Baltimore has been starkly shaped by racism, right? For decades and decades, the system, not only the local Baltimore society and the list of mayors and the governors of Maryland, but also the federal government through the Housing Administration, created by Congress in 1934, basically built an establishment in which white people had access to a credit system that was backed by the US government, while Black communities were subjected to unscrupulous lenders, financial predators. So this strict system of financial apartheid basically just accelerated the urban decline of the city, where Black people were allowed to live, because it's probably, I mean, I'm not an expert on the subject, but Baltimore has been, this is my point, greatly shaped socially and urbanistically by systemic racism. So when Leah came and asked me to work with her on this topic, I was very interested, and I've learned a lot. Many of the topics, many of the comments that were brought up, it was exactly the same things that I told her. Why aren't you doing more density? Why aren't you doing infill? And I think the other comments by other faculty were of the same tenor. Leah is a lady of her own mind. So little by little, she convinced me of doing what she did, creating these, and we had all kinds of conversations, you know, so the thing that Matt Bell, for instance, brought up, the prefabricated housing. So I think that to a large degree, there were a lot of reconciliations between us. Okay, so you're not going to do the infill. Okay, so where are you going to do micro neighborhoods? Okay, fine. And you know, it's not going to be prefab, but it's going to be very easy to build. Okay, it's not going to be infill. It's not going to be very dense, but it's not going to be permanent, et cetera, et cetera. So in that sense, I think that Leah's thesis is exactly what a thesis should be. I mean, she took this problem, she explored it, she worked at it, and her intent all along was to try to come up with a different solution, a slightly different solution. Of course, there are precedents that are similar, but I admire her for that. I admire her for wanting to come up with a new typology. I admire her for not listening to me or listening to other faculty. I mean, she did, but that's what I mean, a lot of negotiation. And in the end, I also started to view the project similarly to the way Mide expressed it, but he said it more beautifully by talking about the art of the broken Japanese philosophy. I think that's very beautiful. I chose to see it as also, daring to break the grid, the rigid row house typology, daring to, as a form of decolonizing in a way, as a way to creating a different type of solution, or just trying it out, showing it to all of you and seeing what you have to say about it. And of course, there's, Leah, I would also encourage you to listen to what everybody said today. Because, there's, the palette thing, for instance, there were things to be done regarding the rec center. But overall, I just want to say that I had a lot of fun. I learned a lot, and I commend you for your work. Congratulations.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Burke, and congratulations, Leah. Well done.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone, for your feedback and comment. I really appreciate it.
Great. Great. We're going to move on to our final presenter. However, we're not going to change the venue, actually. We're going to remain in Baltimore, and looking forward to Daniela, your presentation. So we're handing it over to you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I have a very similar project, but some differences. Should I be sharing the recording, or would you mind sharing it, Lindsay?
I can do it. Just
okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, I'm scared about technology issues, so it'd probably be better if you do. Thank you. Hello. Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming to my final thesis presentation. I would like to start by thanking my thesis chairs and everyone who has helped me along the way with this process. I feel that it is very important to understand the fundamental issues within Baltimore and act on them as architects. My thesis is titled Vacant to Vibrant, and it aims to address the housing crisis in Baltimore by using affordable architecture to regain Baltimore's vibrant culture and give back to the residents who have lost their homes. This will be done by creating a wide range of housing typologies to cater to all income levels. Currently, Baltimore has roughly 16,000 vacant homes dispersed throughout the city. It has a long history that has led up to this crisis. This history begins in the 1930s with the white suburban flight. In this period, thousands of primarily white residents fled the city to the suburbs. After this happened, red line maps were created in 1937. these maps had detrimental effects on the Black communities in Baltimore. Redlining maps essentially ranked neighborhoods from best to worst, and this discriminatory process typically ranked poorer neighborhoods last, giving them an even harder time to get housing loans. The Urban Development Act and the Housing Community Development Act in 1965 and in 1974 were created as initiatives to fund public housing in response to the redline maps. While this was a step in the right direction, redlining and systemic discrimination throughout the city created an overall disinvestment by the city in poorer neighborhoods. This leads us to the 16,000 vacant homes that we see today. Come in the future, there are plans by the city to demolish the areas with the vacancies. However, process is quite slow and only a couple of the blocks have been targeted. As you walk around Baltimore, you're still able to see hundreds and thousands of vacancies on each block. These socioeconomic diagrams show income levels and unemployment rates and population demographics in Baltimore. As you can see in these diagrams, the effects of redlining and housing discrimination are very apparent in the East and the West. These areas are almost known as the Black butterfly. The housing discrimination primarily occurs in these areas, creating an almost butterfly-like shape. On the left, you can see that the butterfly creates this population of primarily Black residents. You can also see this trend of the West and the East in terms of income levels and unemployment rates. In the West and the East, the unemployment rates are much higher than inner city Baltimore. The same goes for the income levels. They are much lower in the East and the West compared to the inner city and the outskirts. Next, this is a redlining map. Here you're able to see that housing discrimination that is still seen today in the East and the West. So the East and the West closest to inner city were deemed as the worst neighborhoods to live in, while the blue and the yellow indicate it getting slightly better as you move to the outskirts. While redlining is not intact today, and it was primarily between the 1930s and the 1960s, these effects have had long-term effects on Baltimore in general. Now this brings us to the vacancies throughout the city. While there are some in inner city Baltimore, there is a higher density of vacant houses in the East and the West neighborhood. The vacancies in this site are the main factor driving this thesis. There are a number of key points that have driven my design choices in this thesis. The main goals I wanted to achieve include facilitating learning, creating jobs, improving the health of residents, providing food options for residents, and most of all, rehabilitating a community that has been ignored. I chose to work specifically in West Baltimore because it is in an area with the highest vacancies, density of vacancies. Here's an image showing the site I've chosen. I chose the inner city block, this inner corner block across the street from West Lafayette Park, because I felt that this block primarily had one of the highest densities of vacancies within the site of West Baltimore. Here's a map of some of the building typologies that are seen throughout the site. These building types influence the program and proposal of this thesis. Starting at the top right is Lafayette Park, which is across the street from the site. Below is an alleyway and a vacant lot that creates this infill between row homes. Below that is a corner market, which is a typology that I wanted to recreate or preserve in this development. The last three images are some of the vacancies that are seen within the site. Next, I diagrammed the land and building use throughout the site. Within the site is a Harlem Park High School, a lot of churches, and very few grocery stores that are seen within the site. There are two parks in the site, one directly below Lafayette Park and one below the school, which is Harlem Park. I also noted the number of bus stops within the site in order to show that there are a lot of options for people to navigate the city without a car. I also included this food desert map on the bottom right to show how sparse food resources really are in West Baltimore. These are some large site diagrams showing the building plots in the site in commercial and residential zoning. Right, West Baltimore is primarily residential, making this high density of vacancies very detrimental to the residents. Zooming in a little more, here are some of the specifics of the vacancies within the site. On the right are some key images of where they are located and what they look like. As you can see, compared to the rest of West Baltimore, while there are vacancies dispersed, I felt that this block had a great location and a large number of vacancies within a small area. Next are some site analysis diagrams. This first diagram is a street network. There are two major roads that run along the site, West Lafayette Street and New Carrollton Street right here. There are a number of small roads throughout the site that acts as one-ways for cars or passing pedestrians, which are diagrammed as these dotted lines. This view on the right is North Carrollton Street. That shows the churches in Lafayette Park that frame the site. Next, I wanted to understand the grid of the site. There is a square block typology, which is unique to West Baltimore. The block formation was very significant to the development of the program and how I developed the project. Lastly, I wanted to look at the vacant lots within the site and wanted to use these as an opportunity to create pockets within the design. The lots are typically located between buildings. There is also an inner courtyard typology throughout the neighborhoods with green space in the center of the square blocks, as you can see as the lighter filled in red. This leads us to the design proposal. The program of this thesis includes a wide range of housing to accommodate all income levels. This program includes rentable row homes with the basement as the rental unit, a typical single-family row house, garden apartments, shared duplexes, a triplex, live-work communities, apartment buildings, and markets, community centers, and a health center. I felt that it was important to include a health center and a community center because this anchors the activity within the site. I also feel that there is very few resources for the residents in Baltimore, so it is important to prioritize their health within the site. Here's an axon of the program with the apartments overlooking Lafayette Park and the live-work buildings located in the intersection of New Carrollton and Mosher Street. These next diagrams indicate where vehicles and pedestrians circulate the site. For this vehicular activity diagram, vehicles can travel within certain roads of the site. There is street parking along some of the street parking along the site, and some of the parking lots, there are some parking lots within the site as well. The road runs along the site to act as a passageway for the row homes that have their backyards facing each other with the back entryways right here on each corner. These are some pedestrian circulation paths. The site is predominantly pedestrian oriented with paths in the center courtyards for people to gather and interact with one another. I also included a pocket park in the intersection where there is currently a vacant lot. Here's a site plan of the development. As you can see, there are developed streets with pockets for parking and crosswalks to connect the site to one another. Each block has a number of inner courtyards to promote activity and interaction between residents. The community centers act as gathering spaces and spaces for children to do work after school. The large courtyard also contains a garden, which could even create maintenance jobs among the residents. This proposal also preserves the building plot size for each building type because I intend for this project to be phased based off of the residents' needs. So the homes in the site that aren't vacant might stay for a while the vacancies are the first to go. It is not my intention to completely demolish the site, but use this plan as a flexible option for the redevelopment of areas that are vacant. Here is a bird's eye view of the site, showing some of the blurbs of what the apartments and row homes might look like. The top two are showing the two apartment typologies, while the bottom image is showing what the inner courtyard looks like. Next is a street section that is cut across New Carrollton Street. This site section shows the existing conditions as the image is above, the 2 churches that run along the site. In addition, the activity within the inner courtyards are shown and 2 of the apartments in the corner park. Next is a street section that is also cut across New Carrollton Street. This shows the complete streets that I've created. The streets now have a small bike lane, planters that act as barriers between street parking, and bike racks along each block. For the materiality and structure, I kept it pretty simple and flexible for each building. This shows a typical typology for the row house. The structure of the typical row house has a brick facade with recycled brick from the existing vacant homes. The floors are plywood framed, and there's a concrete foundation below the plywood framed floors. Below this diagram is a quick section detail showing how the brick and the foundation and the wood framing comes together. This leads us to the individual building designs. First is the garden apartment, which is located across the street from Lafayette Park. The apartment has 3 levels, a 1-bedroom unit, a 2-bedroom unit, and a studio unit in order to accommodate as many residents as possible. Each unit has a balcony overlooking the courtyard. Overlooking the courtyard of the park. The apartment building is great for young adults or roommates, so they might live in the 1 or 2-bedroom apartments. This is also good for elderly renters because the first level is on the ground, so people who are disabled, and there's an elevator, so people who are disabled may freely get on the first and second level and live there. Here's a street view of the apartment building coming from Lafayette Park on the left. Next is the basement rentable row house. The basement unit typology could accommodate families as well as young adults or anyone who lives alone and cannot afford to purchase a home. This creates an income for homeowners because they are able to rent out their basements to other residents. So here's the plan. So the first floor is the basement, or the basement level is the rented unit, and then the first to the 3rd floor are owned by the single families. There's also a balcony overlooking the inner courtyard. And then these are the sections and the north elevations. Here's a perspective of the row homes from the street view. As you can see, they are elevated for privacy and the basement. So you walk up the stairs and get to the first level. You can also walk down, so the basement, the owners or the renters of the basement would be able to go through this gate and enter through the gate down to the entryway. Next is the single family row house with a garage. This typology is intended for families with slightly higher income levels and families with cars. These buildings' backyards face each other to create a sense of privacy and a back entrance. So as you can see, you can enter either through the front or the back, and the garage is right here. That leads you to the first floor, which is the living room, going up to the 2nd floor, which contains the kitchen, the bedroom and bathroom, and the 3rd floor, which contains 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. This is the view from the back entry alley leading to the garages. There's a small balcony on the 2nd floor that overlooks the backyard. And as you can see, the street is large enough for cars and pedestrians. Next is the duplex, which is a new building typology that I introduced that is not currently in the site. I wanted to include this typology to create as much housing as possible in one plot. By including duplexes on one plot size, this can contain up to 4 units. These houses are great for people who cannot afford a single family home or elderly people who cannot walk up a lot of stairs but do not want to live in an apartment. The duplex has an entry gate, which you'll see in the perspective coming up, to create privacy and security for the houses. So as you can see in this perspective, there's a gate and a balcony that leads you to the exterior 2nd level. I also introduced a triplex for the same reason. This building has a central fire stair that leads you to the 2 upper units. There is also a balcony for the residents who live on the 2nd level with a staircase that leads you down to the shared backyard. As you can see in the perspective, the balcony creates this small backyard space between the 2 houses, which could be used by all residents. Lastly, I included a live-work apartment that contains a grocery store and a convenience store on the bottom level. This apartment can be used by anyone, but it would be intended for those who work in the grocery store. The upper units contain 2 and 1 bedroom apartments. So as you can see, the first level, I wanted to create this building to preserve the idea of the corner typology. So these buildings are located on the corners, and they frame this pocket park to create spaces for pop-up markets, seating, eating, just to create more activity for the grocery store. Here's a perspective of the live-work apartment. And as I mentioned, the L-shaped building creates this courtyard that frames the building that creates space for people to do many activities. As I mentioned earlier, this project would not completely demolish what was there. The project could be phased based off of the needs of the residents. In this phasing diagram, you can see that the buildings that would be completed first correlate to the areas with the highest number of vacancies. So in this diagram, you would start by doing the inner 2 blocks, which have the most vacancies up to date. Then this would basically spread outwards depending on where the vacancies are in the site. Lastly, I have some perspectives of the inner courtyards, the corner park, and the interior of a row house overlooking the building. It's important to create these courtyards to create more, to promote interaction between residents and create a more lively environment. The infill green spaces that are created by these vacant lots influence this corner park. And while it does take away from some of the areas that could be used for housing, it is currently a park as it is now, or a vacant lot right now. So it is important to me to create these public spaces because there is not a lot of public space within Baltimore up to date. Finally, I have a before and after image showing the current conditions, as you can see in the images right now, and my proposal. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you. I'll pull my mural up.
And if you can just post your address in the chat, mural address. Great. Got it. Okay, looks like we have everything up and running. So looking forward to our dialogue. Give everybody a moment to look at the mural.
I can start with a quick comment. There's no doubt that you're very skilled at visualizing the architecture and designing it. I look at the images and it seems like there has been a lot of thought and careful attention to how the architecture is articulated. And so from that standpoint, you know, it's a fairly good looking project. What I'm a little bit troubled by, however, is it's almost that last set of images that you showed, where you showed the before and after, that kind of wholesale, it felt like the wholesale removal of all of the existing urban fabric and the replacement of that with a kind of a singular aesthetic that is propagated through that whole area. And you know, part of me really thinks, or is wondering, you know, if there is a lot of vacancy in the city, in that neighborhood, is the solution to build even more, or, you know, is there some sort of way to more actively reuse the existing vacant buildings, or to weave together vacant lots, or even kind of transform, or surgically, let's say, transform certain buildings for kind of new use or utility, without something that is what appears to be a little bit heavy-handed. I'm curious, like how did you sort of arrive at this this final scheme, and sort of what is the importance of the existing urban fabric to you in the project?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I think I do see what you're saying by the before and after kind of looking like I am demolishing a lot. However, I do want to, as I said in the presentation, phase this out based off of the needs of the community. So again, starting at where the vacancies are most dense. There definitely are ways to preserve these buildings. Some of them are definitely viable and completely fine to stay. Primarily, if you look at the vacancy diagram, the spaces that aren't vacant, those buildings are completely fine. So I think this is more of like a flexible proposal of a way that we could address this issue by, I mean, these row houses could just be, could use the existing context and somehow rehab them. But some of them are too far gone to be rehabbed, I think. So that's why this proposal is the way it is, by creating these new typologies, specifically like the duplexes and the apartments, just to create more housing for people that row houses might not offer, since all of the houses in this site right now are single family row houses, so people might not need that much space.
There could have been a diagram that actually identified what could be rehabbed, and then what cannot be, what must be demolished. And also, I guess in terms of vacancy, maybe I missed this, there's like vacant lots and also vacant buildings. So I think just, I guess, more analysis in terms of what are the different types of vacancies, and how you can, like, there could be multiple smaller scale strategies that, like, it's a scheme that weaves itself into the existing, I guess, I imagine, rather than like in that final image is like a stark contrast to what's currently there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for me, I think I've sort of bought into Daniela's thesis of a lot of existing housing stock in there. I think in that area, at least the parts that I've seen, are just facades. The floors are gone. They might be boarded up, but there's pretty much just facades and nothing behind it. So in that case, not unlike some of the projects that we've been working on here in DC, I think this is a really strong urban design approach. And then the architectural quality of what she's put together, I think is very strong. I think as a thesis project, I'd rather see the student do something like this than to, try to think of ways to rehab structures that might be more expensive to rehab than, to be quite honest, make a judgment call and say, we have to demolish this, but come back with something that is better and makes more sense of our times and needs. This is not the sort of urban development or urban renewal that just comes in and wipes out and puts in big tower blocks. I think what she's done here is sensitive to community and to the culture and the scale and quality of what was there before. So I think it's a great project. And also the fact that she's projecting that this would be mixed income, which is something that I'm always for, coming from a background of working class families, living together with families that maybe are not at that stage or, just different income levels. So I think there's some things about this that I think are admirable. That intersection where the larger scale buildings step back reminds me of some of the areas in Barcelona where spaces are shaped with the architecture, and or their shape actually has an attribute to the overall community of providing sort of a public space and a relief at corners and intersections. I think that the architecture that she's developed is somewhere between being traditional and being contemporary or super modern. And I just like the sort of balance that it doesn't sort of lean heavily in one direction or the other. So I think that's, for me, very sort of sophisticated. So it's a great level of detail in her project. And this is a lot of work for a thesis project. So I really like what I see here. Great work.
I would say I agree with kind of both comments that were made, in that I can appreciate that if there are buildings that are not vacant and could be kind of salvaged or maintained, that would be nice to see, but that sometimes it's just not practical to try to do that, and a more kind of comprehensive redevelopment works. I think what really sold me on your presentation is that you mentioned that this is kind of thought out as a way that it could be phased, that you don't have to come in and knock out everything at once in order to make this work. Another thing that I think really kind of sold me is that grouping of the live work units kind of in the middle, that's really creating a nucleus or kind of a start for future redevelopment of this particular area. And you've zoomed in on the idea of the grocery store, but there are other small neighborhood services and goods that could be accommodated in the multiple units that you've provided there. I would probably quibble a little bit with the way that you phased it, only in that the cross street, and I can't, let me see if I can zoom in so I can see which one. Going east-west, your first street, I think, makes sense as the first street. I would almost move those live work units into the first phase, but then I would do the full north-south street next, the one that connects you down to the park. So you're really kind of creating the main crossroads and connecting them to the things that are already good in the community. And then you start to move into the outer corners of each of the blocks in order to round out the kind of redevelopment that you're looking at doing.
So I have a question. Who's doing this phasing? Who is this a city property that they've sold to developers? Have you looked at structures for arrangements like this? I mean, I don't know what the situation is in Baltimore. Here in New York, they would be, yeah, put up for bid, but that means somebody's got to own the property to begin with. So who owns those existing structures, and how does this go forward?
Yeah, so I believe the residents don't actually own the land. It's owned by the city. So there are a number of initiatives made to fund housing in West Baltimore. I think I mainly have them, not in my presentation, but in my thesis document. So potentially reaching out to some of those organizations to help fund this project. That's kind of where I'm at right now in terms of funding. But yeah, there are a lot of initiatives to create.
So you thought about the entity and then how they would approach that.
Yeah.
I agree with many of the comments made. I was thinking of a German architect, Carolina Hoefler's work, which she just does beautiful things with brick. And you have that sensibility of the scale, the window opening relative to the composition of the facade. And you have a wonderful skill with that. I would encourage you to look at the landscaping more. I think that one of the big changes in the before and after, and like James, I was startled by that image. You had me until those images, was just how all of a sudden it seemed like the site was very stark, when in fact you have a nice sensitivity relative to building and open space. So I feel like you need another layer of thinking about that landscaping. And I think Christina's idea of strengthening the north-south axes into the park and think about that park moving into your complex would bring another layer of kind of welcoming quality invitation into the space, because I don't think you want this to feel like an enclave. You want this to feel like it's part of the city.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think I could have.
Yeah, I think that's something that you typically see with these kind of development in Baltimore. Like they become sort of like the new shining guy on the block, and therefore they get gated. Like all these wonderful interior spaces that you've created, which actually I was going to ask you about, because you're sort of eliminating these alley streets that were inherent in the original plan. You sort of gotten rid of them and created this muse, so to speak, between the buildings. But what ends up happening in most of these new developments is because there's still dilapidation going on around them contextually, and therefore they become a target and they put up a fence. Like you see that all the time. Like, and it's unfortunate because the way you've designed it, you want this porosity and this sort of access to the larger community. So it goes back to what James had said earlier. I wonder, did you even look at almost like, in addition to this very rich vocabulary that you've created, sort of like almost like a surgical approach to some of these existing architecture, not wholesale clearing out the buildings and building something new, but with the duplexes and triplexes that you're creating, sort of canvassing the neighborhood and applying the right remedy where measured, where deserved. Because those alleys that you've gotten rid of, there's things about trash that, that's sort of where all the trash trucks are on Tuesdays and Fridays in these neighborhoods. But also there's a sense with these alleys, the Baltimore typology of row houses in many communities, they have carriage houses that were sort of part of the historical construct, where I guess people that own them would sort of park the horses, but then they became almost like this added income to the owner, that they can rent them out as units. And you see like a lot of creative offices in these carriage houses that could actually add a lot of complexity programmatically to your project that I think is missing here. What I worry about is these muse that you've created that people that have the building surrounding it, because they're going to be the ones taking care of it. So they're going to want to claim ownership and put a fence and say, okay, you can't come and throw a block party here on any given Saturday. You're sort of like the outsiders. So I think maybe looking at this again with the original existing network of primary, secondary, tertiary streets, which includes these alleys, is something that you can reintroduce.
Yeah, but I would say, why would you do that when there's this big, huge park?
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
It you know, you see that any new development, it's just the human nature in Baltimore where there's dilapidation next to you, people want to claim on, and it's unfortunate. They demap streets by putting up fences by the neighborhood associations, and they kind of claim it, you know, because they don't want the people in the community. They're like, oh, we're the ones that are tending the farms and cleaning up the trash. Why should we just leave that open to the adjacent communities? So I think that's something that you should pay close attention to in your construct here.
No, but
there is
I don't think that like replicating that would have been the approach. If any, honestly, so my stance is actually that this should have been more of a, I won't say radical, but this is you took a very rationalist approach to the design. And I think your explorations could have maybe again been a bit more radical. And some of the things that you started to introduce we could have seen a lot more of it. For instance, the stabilization of the community. An angst that I have is when people talk about challenging communities, is that they automatically go to like housing, right? And one of the first things that you showed are those little bodegas. You said they're food marks.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing I thought was, oh, that's a bodega. So again, I call it a bodega. I'm from the Bronx. Call it. So every time my mother would send me to go to a bodega, she would say, oh, grab a loaf of bread. The bread would be $5. If we go to the supermarket, the bread is $2.25, right? It's that much more. And there's very few of them. Those are those deep structural like things that we don't have in a lot of these communities have not been resolved here. And so that's what I was ready to jump on as soon as I saw that. And then we started to get to housing and this, that, and third. And then I saw you introduce the live-work houses, which I said, okay, this is fantastic, but there's just not enough of it. And then there's not enough of talking about the different programming and different work opportunities that's there. You also mentioned you're thinking about mixed income, which I agree with. I believe it was Michael who said there should definitely be mixed income housing. I absolutely agree. But when there are identifying markers of, like you have the garage, right? Those are for those who have a car, and then the ones who don't. Now I start to question, okay, so that's housing for the haves versus the have-nots. With even I don't know, I've been to Baltimore one time. It reminded me of Philadelphia, so I'll say just like Philadelphia, there could be a block where there's homes that have that's worth 500,000, and on the very next block there's a home. There are a series of row homes that are worth 99,000.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a clear demarcation. And that demarcation is not just what you see, but in the collective behavior of the occupants. It's amazing. Like crime will almost stop at that spot, right? So if we're talking about mixed-use development, mixed-use housing, and the reason for that is this kind of, again, this engagement and understanding of collective behavior, then it should truly be mixed. And just by eliminating the garage, there's a slew of other things you could start to talk about, which could be mobility, and then again, more social engagement between these mixed-use occupants, families, right? I also was not particularly keen on the parcels that you have that encloses the courtyard completely, but then the one that you have where it's more open. To the top right, yeah, of that one I love,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I feel like this should just be more of an engagement with the streetscape. And there was a comment made earlier by James on another project where he mentioned shutting down a street, right? One of the other things showing the arteries of the street. What if that street? Yeah, that's right. You can't see my cursor, but the street that's just to the west of that parcel that I like what if that was just shut down? right? And that becomes another community space that you create. I think I think there are elements of the project that you wanted and it just came to a stop as you jumped onto another kind of issue or typology to address. Like the porosity just wasn't where I think it should have been. The programming just wasn't where you planted the seeds, but I just didn't see anything at a point where it's grown or baked that it would have a significant impact. Right. Now, with all of that said, tackling so much is extremely commendable, and you did a considerable amount of work on it that I commend you for.
Hand up. Professor Bell, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, hi, Daniela. Nice project. Interesting discussion. Couple of thoughts. Number one, I agree with all the comments about housing diversity, but I have some sort of further suggestions. First of all, I think doing 4 blocks is kind of cool because you can make an impact in 4 blocks. In other words, if you could aggregate that much land, right, and start to transform this neighborhood, this might be a good scale to do that because you control an intersection and things. And lots of times people think it's a building by building problem, but I think more it's a street frontage by street frontage problem. If you can make street frontage good, then you go a long ways. I think one of the challenges is the amount of open space in the center of the blocks. And I think somebody mentioned Philadelphia. I think Corey mentioned Philadelphia. Philadelphia is really interesting because the Penn blocks got subdivided by little streets, you know, and some of those little streets are some of the best streets to live on. And what happens in Philadelphia is you get very big houses on the Penn streets, which subsequently got subdivided into apartments. And then on the next street over, which is a subdivided street, which was not a Penn street, you get these little houses, which are for people just starting out and whatnot. And you get a really interesting cross-section of folks living in the neighborhood because the housing typology size varies quite a bit. And I think that would be something you'd be looking for here. And I think, so you could probably have a few more little streets that could thread through here rather than pathways, because I think in some respects you want the little streets because you want a police car to be able to go down them and things like that. And I'd be worried a little bit about some of these with a lot of pathways. Conversely, you could probably also import a California typology, which is something Dan Solomon does, which are these courtyard types where somebody mentioned gates. You could have actually a series of courts that you go into the inner part of the block, but they're keyed so that people walk through them to get to their unit, but not everybody can go through there. And I would actually argue that that may be, the porosity may be nice for light and air and sunshine for the units, but I don't know that it serves security all that well. And I think if you look at a lot of those things that Dan does with the courtyards, you would go under an archway into a courtyard and then maybe through another courtyard into the center of the block and you would find your unit, but they're all keyed gates. And I think that's fine. And when the local society becomes safe to the point where you don't need to lock everything up so much, then you can just change the gates. You can gate streets, you know, if that helps security wise. And that can be easily changed. But I think that would be another typology you want to look at to see if you could do it. I do think one typology that's missing here is the accessory unit over the garage. And maybe somebody mentioned that, but that's a good starter, you know, rental thing for a young person and stuff. And one of the benefits of a unit like that is it can lower somebody's mortgage rate down so they can afford more house because they're renting a unit out back, and those sorts of things make a big difference when people consider housing choice. But very nice job. Love the mixing of the types.
And I think what Matt said too about you can phase the security in this once things are developed more, and then you can relax some of those initial security measures that are, let's be honest, that are needed. And so that's part of your phasing strategy for the project, because once you start something like this, it will start to move out in all directions. Hopefully that the city would be involved so that gentrification isn't the answer, but so that people that are there can also take advantage of staying we have this sort of 1-for-1 policy that if they move out, they can move back, but they have to make sure that that can happen. So I think your project's touched a nerve here with all of us on how to stabilize our urban centers. So great project.
Yeah, I agree with everything. I think security was a really big struggle that I had. Same with how to phase this, what to do with the existing buildings is a very, very difficult challenge. I definitely agree with the security, but also like engaging the street. So there's a hard balance to keep between those two.
So before we ask Professor Bennett to come in as the chair and make some final remarks, are there any concluding summary remarks on the part of the jury that you would like to share before we hear from the chair?
This is a very basic comment, but your presentation is very pretty.
Thank you.
Like it has a nice kind of soothing and calm and consistent quality across the whole thing that aesthetically I just like.
Thank you.
I think Sylvia, I couldn't figure it out, but I think you touched on it. Is that sort of European sensibility of the architecture? Yes. Like I said, it's British. It's not super traditional and it's not super high-tech modern. Yeah. There's a great balance, and I agree. The overall presentation is very elegant.
Thank you. I tried really hard.
Yeah, I know. Christina said that was a basic comment, but I think the same thing.
It's just so pretty.
Soothing is the word too, right? Because for a project that has so much complexity, and to be honest, with contention, is to present it in such a way. I think you did a really good job. I don't know if that was, you said it took a long time, but it's clearly design sensibilities that you tapped into there. I don't mean to just sit here and echo Christina's comment, but I do want to say congratulations. Like you took on again a project that's there's such conversation between us, and you only had, I think, a year for your thesis to tackle an issue. Right. Urban designers here in LA suck at, and they've been at it for about 30 years. So understand that like this critique is not necessarily, I mean, obviously it's for your project, right? But it's for your considerations moving forward. You do a better job than a lot of the people who are sitting now who are not doing great for the communities that they're supporting.
And if you can convey this ambiance that we're reading in the presentation in real bricks and mortar, you're on to something.
Yeah, find that developer.
The only other thing I would say is it's very difficult in the development world to get much richness in all the building types in a housing project, like this. And I think when I look at that aerial view, it looks like it's been there for a long time and it grew authentically and organically. And I think that's a difficult thing to achieve, but it's nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great stuff.
Terrific. I really just appreciate the notes on the language and the aesthetic of this project. I find it enormously compelling. It has a quiet strength, which seems incredibly appropriate. So I'm really glad that Daniela, that you received quite a bit of feedback about that. So now we turn to Daniela's chair, Professor Ralph Bennett, who will say some final words.
Thank you. Can I be heard?
You can. You are being heard.
Okay, because
in real time.
I can't see myself, so I will speak. And I'm deeply appreciative of the reviewers' comments about this project. James, you were right on an interesting point at the beginning. The whole effort was to make this not look like a clear and rebuild, because a visit to the site is a transformative experience. Danielle and I both visited the site, and there are parts of streets in this area which are excellent, in great condition, and clearly need to stay. At the same moment, we cultivated cultivated a kind of sample book of what was possible. If you look at the 1915 Sanborn map of this area, you see some startling things. First of all, it was utterly monotonous. It went on for blocks, fully building out every lot. And so the provision of open space like Lafayette Square is really an unusual event. And there's a whole building type that she has not included, which is a tiny house in what were basically alleys. And while alley housing in Washington has amounted to a great resource, there isn't anything left after the platting. The other principle of Baltimore that's important is that the land either has no value or is owned by somebody else and is subject to rent, with the legal complexities that come along with that. So she made a selection of buildings which can go on existing lots so that the legal attacks or the legal accommodations to this distant ownership can be taken care of building by building, and therefore allows an incremental redevelopment of this kind of area. These square blocks are numerous going to the west from Baltimore, from downtown Baltimore, and it's absolutely stunning to see this much real estate of so much potential richness within easy walking distance of downtown Baltimore. Not to mention the ironically named Red Line, a light rail line, which will go out of downtown Baltimore about 4 or 5 blocks south of here and will give transit access to a lot of places. When it's finally approved, it was dumped in favor of the Purple Line when Governor Hogan came into office, but we're working on that too. So it is a sampler in a sense, so don't think that it depends. We worried a lot about not showing a complete clearing because there are so many buildings that are valuable. Now, the recovery is taking a couple of forms. First, of course, is demolishing some of these old buildings, which is basically that have been neglected. That's ongoing. So there are cleared sites, but there are also houses which only need to be fixed up, which are blocked up. The windows are blocked up, but they're usable and available. So an incremental approach, we think, is absolutely essential. It cannot be done with large block clearings. It must be done at small scales. And she has given a series of types which can accommodate a lot of them. Matt's comments about the interior streets are on the mark. And he pointed out Sandtown is the next neighborhood north of here. So the problems are very similar. I would point out that she has 2 occasions on the north 2 blocks where there are row houses built in the block, reducing the size of that common space. And should the owners of the lots on a particular block come to an agreement on what to do about that issue, and it is an issue, but it's an issue because of dysfunctional communities. It's not an issue which is necessarily, think of Mount Vernon Square in Boston, or not Mount Vernon Square, the square.
Lewisburg.
Yes. It's possible to have spaces like that work. And so to ban them because of precedents malfunctions, I think is not quite fair. And the potentials and the flexibility we thought of the square blocks was challenging, and that's why she did it. Also, of course, the parks provide the only new or among the new investments in this area of Baltimore, and there are a few, is an apartment house on Lafayette Square or Lafayette Park, which is a large multifamily building. It's not terribly tall, but it's within 40, 50 feet. Otherwise, there's been very little investment in this part. But I myself have done projects in Baltimore at an era in the 70s and 80s when we were ignorant of the racism which constitutes land use policy, the history of land use policy in Baltimore. So the black butterfly is very much present. We learned a lot about it, and Daniela has spent a lot of time trying to come up with a solution that might be able to deal with those inequities, but in providing housing types which can make ownership possible for lower middle class people. We think mixed income projects can work and people can live together. I know you're worried about that, Corey, but I think that while the garage, of course, is an emblem of prosperity in a sense, it is also possible to be an emblem of aspiration. So she's aware of this, and I commend her for her work over the year we've been working together. She's worked very, very hard, and I really appreciate the comments of the reviewers. So thank you, Daniela, and thank you, reviewers.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. These are really great comments. And thank you, Professor Bennett, for a great semester.
Great.
Should I stop
Thank you.
sharing?
Terrific. Yes, please. Terrific dialogue. An amazing afternoon. Thank you all for joining us. So what we tend to do after each one of these blocks of reviews is to ask our guests to reflect on the work in the aggregate, to make any observations or provide any insights of any nature whatsoever that strikes you as relevant to the work that's been presented and what we're all doing here. So with that, we'll take a few minutes and open it up to some reflections on the part of our panel. Looking forward to that.
I don't know what's in the water at University of Maryland's Architecture School, but you guys, your hearts are in the right place. I think, you decide, each thesis is decided by the students. And these are very useful explorations that you've done, and they're meaningful and timely. And so that's really great to see. It's really important how we're talking about equity and justice and sustainability, and all of these things are coming together in these projects individually, but then as a collective, at least of what I've seen this afternoon. So I'm really happy to see that the future's in good hands with you guys coming along. So it's just great to see.
Michael, what you make me think of is some of them, we need to make sure that some of them become our clients. We need, it's one thing to have architects who are thinking this comprehensively and looking at things through many filters. We need the people who hire the architects to think that way.
Yeah, that's really funny. I was on a jury at Morgan State a couple days ago, and I said, some of you guys need to go into politics and as you said, and be the clients and come up with the policy to make these things happen. So I agree with you.
Well, I think I'll jump in here since I started. I find this inspirational as well, to see the work that you've done, the issues that you've engaged, that you've started to explore. The exploration is never over. You should keep looking at these ideas, keep looking at your work. As I said to Leah, be clear about what you're passionate about and what you love, and continue to see what resonates for you. But I'm also very impressed with the program and that this range of projects has developed with individual faculty, that you put together impressive presentations. As speaking as someone who was still drawing on her drawings for my thesis while I was pinning them up, the fact that you have prepared presentations, obviously it's different in Zoom world, but I commend you all for good work, explorations, and some pretty good portfolio material.
Terrific.
I'll say that I'm so impressed by the scope of ambition of all of the projects that we saw today. That's a testament to the students' individual drives, but also how, thesis is set up at University of Maryland. to sort of tackle these really urgent and immediate relevant issues is no easy task. I think, thinking about thesis, something that, each student might have realized as you went through the process is that, on the one hand, you're tasked to solve incredibly complex problems and challenges, and that, as architects, as designers, the kind of the limits of our own tool set. But more than solving the problem, I think thesis is really important as a process and tool to identify problems, to identify aspirations, and also to be provocative, to imagine something that's alternative. And all of these projects did that. And at the end of the day, these really, really complex problems, it's not something that a singular author can provide a solution for. And so, I hope that you also learned a lot from the incredible discussion that we had today. I learned a lot. I loved hearing from all of the other viewpoints. And, that success comes from projects producing a space for discourse, for discussion. And having that is what kind of moves the needle in the right direction. And so, again, congratulations to all of you guys.
Yeah, I would say the same. I commend you all on the amount of work that you guys have done, particularly in the way that classes and school and everything has been going over the last year. I know on my end, just seeing freshman students work their way through studio under these conditions, I cannot imagine going through thesis like this. And so I think you all should be very proud of what you've managed to accomplish and everything that you've presented to us today. I also have a appreciation for the variety of responses that we looked at. I mean, the fact that the last two presentations were essentially on the same site, but you guys had such drastically different approaches to addressing those conditions, I think is a testament to kind of your own creativity, but also the encouragement you're given through your process to try different things and different approaches and see how you can make it work. So thank you guys for allowing me to participate. It's been great to kind of engage in some higher level thinking and conversation about design with you guys today.
So I kind of wish I went first because I could echo all the comments that everybody just made. But I will say, I've had the pleasure of being a juror for the last year's graduates thesis, and then teaching a public space seminar here. And the thing that's consistent throughout is something I'm extremely impressed with. Again, is the social engagement of the students, but also the fact that all of the students, and even from the presentations that we saw today, is that you guys are not operating in a silo. Like, you don't think that architecture is just a brick and mortar. Is that there's so many things that you're trying to address. And I really commend you for that. And like Christina said, especially doing it in a COVID year, I mean, my thesis was tough as is, doing it in a COVID year. I don't know how I would have gotten by that. So you guys did extremely good work. And I want to commend you. And I also want to commend your professors for again, there's a consistent thread of social engagement and looking at a lot of the complexities and some of the issues that you guys are trying to tackle. So thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I want to say that too. I think, the professors sort of shepherding these projects through, again, the consistency and again, just the heart and soul that shows in these projects. I think it's been probably a great year, even with COVID. So great work all around to the professors and the students.
Great, thank you. Brian and Lindsay, do you have any final things that you would like to?
Well, I want to step in real quick and just want to thank, on behalf of the students and faculty, thank Lindsay and Jamie for the good work that they've been doing keeping this thing rolling forward. Even with the glitches, everybody rolled with the punches, and we're doing quite fine. So thank you guys. And I also want to thank our guests on behalf of the faculty, the students, and the staff, our guests who've taken time out of their busy schedules to be with us today. Really impressive, and really do appreciate you guys made the afternoon for all of us. So thank you very much. You're all welcome back again and again and again.
Terrific. Thank you all so much. We will cue things up at 8:30 bright and early tomorrow morning. And again, be well. Thank you, and we'll cross paths soon.
Jamie, while all the faculty are here, just a reminder too, tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m., the graduate faculty will be convening to determine the thesis prize. So you've received an email about that. Just want to make sure that we're all there.
That's right.
All of us that are graduate faculty members. If you're on a committee, you're a graduate faculty member.
There you go.
Thank
you heard it. Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody.
Everyone. Been a
Be well.
pleasure.
Ralph has his.
Yeah, I was trying to just say a short thing to each of you who reviewed the projects. Michael, you were fabulous. Your experience with clientele, are you gone?
No, here.
Okay.
Here.
Oh, well, we've lost. Mide, it was good to see you always. Christina, have you gone?
No, I'm still here.
See you again, Mide. It's great to see you.
Always a pleasure, Ralph.
And Jamie, hey, James, thanks very much for coming from San Francisco.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Great to see you. And so thank you all individually and collectively for spending the time with our students. It was wonderful.
And Sylvie, I would like to connect with you. We'll get in touch.
Okay, Michael.
Great.
Very
We
good.
will.
Ciao.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.